அதன் மூலம் ஒட்டுணைகளை விவசாயிகளுக்கு கொடுக்கப்பட்டால் கண்டிப்பாக விவசாயம் பெறக்கூடிய வகையில் இருக்கும் என்று அதே போல மரவள்ளிக்கிழங்குகளுக்கு எம்எஸ்பி ரேட் கொடுக்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன். நன்றி வணக்கம்.
श्री श्याम सिंह यादव
महोदय, हमारी तरफ एक कहावत है कि चौबे गए छब्बे बनने दूबे बन के राय। अब देखिए, मैं पिछले एक साल से माननीय रेल मंत्री जी से को कई बार लिखा और चेयरमैन रेलवे बोर्ड से कई बार मिला। मुझे बताया गया कि कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट गाड़ियों का ठहराव जौनपुर सिटी पर स्टेशन पर आपके कहने से होगा। कम से कम 2 गाड़ियों के ठहराव का मुझे वादा भी किया गया, लेकिन अभी देखा कि जौनपुर सिटी से उस रूट से 3 गाड़ियां ही गायब करके दूसरे रूट पर कर दी गई। मान्यवर, जौनपुर जनपद पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जिला है और वो सिराजे हिंद के नाम से भी जाना जाता है और कभी शिक्षा का और बहुत ऐतिहासिक धरोहरों का वो केंद्र है जौनपुर हमारा जिला जो है। मैं आपके माध्यम से ये अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ कि कुछ इम्पॉर्टेंट गाड़ियाँ हैं जैसे ओखा गुवाहाटी एक्सप्रेस, अमृतसर डिब्रूगढ़ एक्सप्रेस, टाटा अमृतसर जलियांवाला एक्सप्रेस, कामाख्या एक्सप्रेस और पटना कोटा एक्सप्रेस, इनके
बाकी सब गाड़ियां मंत्री जी को लिख के दे देना, ठीक है ना, मान लेंगे। बेनी बेनन
Sir, Environmental Impact Assessment Notification 2020 dated 23rd March 2020 should be published in the official vernacular languages mentioned in the 8th schedule to the Constitution. To obtain public opinion and to conduct consultation with the various stakeholders and concerned persons across the country through various public authorities such as State Pollution Control Board, and should be discussed in the Parliament as it has far-reaching consequence in the life of communities like Adivasis, farmers, coastal and fishermen community, and people who live in the village and near industries and mines whose lives mainly depend on the state of the environment. This drastic change in the EIA notification 2020 will have direct impact of the living and working condition of the people at large. Protected areas of the forest and ecologically vulnerable and sensitive areas source water and also affect the biodiversity and ecology of our entire country. EIA notification 2020 contradicts with the provisions of our basic structure of the Constitution, mainly Article 21. Also contradicts with the Parent Environmental Protection Act 1986 and several international commitments such as Stockholm Declaration 1972, Rio Declaration 1992, etc., to which India is also a party. So my submission is to withdraw the notification, and before publishing a non-notification, we have to discuss in the Parliament and get opinion of the people, as it is directly affected the environment and the livelihood and life of the people. Thank you.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके माध्यम से सरकार का ध्यान में कृषि के क्षेत्र की ओर दिलाना चाहता हूँ। भारत एक कृषि प्रधान देश है। देश की तरक्की का रास्ता खेत और खलिहानों से होकर गुजरता है, जिससे पूरे देश को भोजन तथा ग्रामीणों को युवाओं को रोजगार की गारंटी देते हैं। बुरे वक्त में जीडीपी में भी कृषि क्षेत्र के सर्वाधिक योगदान है। हमारी सरकार का संकल्प है कि किसानों की आय को दुगनी करना। इस संकल्प को पूरा करने के लिए यदि मनरेगा योजना के मजदूरों की किसानों की मांगों को अनुरूप खेती के किसानों से जोड़ दिया जाए तो इसमें 2 लाभ होंगे। पहला, किसान की मजदूरों पर लगने वाली लागत घट जाएगी। दूसरा, मनरेगा मजदूरों को निरंतर कार्य मिलता रहेगा। मनरेगा मजदूरों को प्रचलित मजदूरी देकर खेती में लगाने का शहर की तरफ आने वाला पलायन भी रुकेगा। धन्यवाद।
श्रीमती राम्या हरिदास, ईच में मान्य सदस्य जी मैं देख लिया आपको।
Sir, I raise here a serious issue that several times me and members from Kerala pointed out here and outside Parliament about Mannuthi Vadakkancheri National Highway and Kudiran Tunnel. It is one of the major roads in Palakkad and Kerala that people use for emergency purpose and to connect with the other states. Sir, its work started 10 years back and even yet it did not complete. Honorable Minister assured in Parliament work will complete within 2020 December, but the concerned company gave up the project and National Highway Authority does not pay any attention to this situation. I fear work will not complete on time. So government should consider this issue seriously and take further steps to complete work on time. Thank you, sir.
श्री निशिकांत दुबे।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। मैं जिस इलाके और जिस राज्य से आता हूं सर, उस इलाके में आज के समय पूरे झारखंड राज्य में चोरी, डकैती, लूट, हत्या, बलात्कार, इसकी घटनाएं बहुत बढ़ गई हैं। पिछले साल नेशनल क्राइम रिकॉर्ड ब्यूरो के हिसाब से 55,000 कुल क्राइम हुए थे। अभी कोविड के बाद जबकि पूरे देश में जो है खत्म हो गया, अपराध जो है कम हो गया, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ 75,000 से ज़्यादा जो है अपराध अभी तक में रजिस्टर हो गए हैं सर। और इतना ही नहीं, 1855 के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के पहले, 1857 के पहले 1855 में जो सिद्धू कान्हू जी ने जिन्होंने की बिगुल बजाया था स्वतंत्रता का, उनके वंशज तक की हत्या हो चुकी है सर। और हमारा राज्य तिरुपति से पशुपति एक तरफ चीन के पीएलए से ग्रसित है, दूसरी तरफ बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान के जो लोग हैं वो आईएसआई एक्टिविटी को बढ़ा रहे हैं। और आपको ध्यान हो अध्यक्ष महोदय कि नेटफ्लिक्स पे अभी बहुत बढ़िया सीरियल चल रहा है जामताड़ा, जो साइबर क्राइम का इस देश का कैपिटल है, वो भी हमारे इलाके में है। और ये सारी घटनाएं बढ़ने के पीछे जो कारण है सर कि वहां एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल क्राइसिस हो गया है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद डीजीपी की जो नियुक्ति है वो यूपीएससी करती है, जो एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बॉडी है। और गृह मंत्रालय और यूपीएससी के बार बार मना करने के बावजूद भी वहां राज्य सरकार एक प्रभारी डीजीपी को पिछले 6 महीने से कंटिन्यू की हुई सर। यूपीएससी के मना करने के बाद भी वो कहती है कि यूपीएससी का मेरे पोस्टिंग में कोई रोल नहीं है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का कोई रोल नहीं है, गृह मंत्रालय का कोई रोल नहीं है। इसीलिए मैं आपके माध्यम से गृह मंत्रालय से ये रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूं कि ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल क्राइसिस खत्म करें, और यदि राज्य सरकार नहीं मानती है तो उस महाराष्ट्रपति शासन लगाएं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
जीएम सिद्धेश्वर जी।
Honorable Speaker, sir, I would like to draw the attention of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare through you, sir, about the need to pass the government order to avoid the overpricing of tractors and their agricultural machineries. While the car manufacturers are displaying MRP on their own websites, the same criteria should apply to tractor manufacturers also, so that the farmers will get the tractors prices easily. Hence, it is mandatory to all the tractors and agricultural machinery companies like power tiller, combined harvesters, rotovators and paddy planters, etc., to publish the selling price MRP of all the models of tractors and agricultural machineries in their own website as well as in the farmers' portal transparently. The concerned government department should cross-check the tractor and agricultural machinery MRPs at the dealership point, and strict action should be taken in their any violation of rules and regulations. Violation of MRP are a big crime. Government should investigate it thoroughly and take action against the tractor and agricultural machinery companies as per the law under the Consumer Protection Act. Hence, I urge upon the Union government to pass the government order to avoid the overpricing of tractor and other agricultural machineries, so that the farmers are greatly benefited. Thank you, sir.
श्री हनुमान बेनीवाल जी। श्री हरीश द्विवेदी जी।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं आपका ध्यान अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र बस्ती स्थित छावनी शहीद स्थल की ओर दिलाना चाहूँगा। महोदय, छावनी शहीद स्थल 1857 की प्रथम स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेना से जुड़ा हुआ आज़ादी की लड़ाई का जीता जागता उदाहरण है। इसे राजा जालिम सिंह के राज अमोढ़ा के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के स्थल के रूप में भी जाना जाता है। 1857 के विद्रोह के दौरान भारतीय सेनानियों के लिए यह मुख्य आश्रय था और एक पीपल के पेड़ के लिए जाना जाता है, जहां जनरल किले की हत्या के बाद ब्रिटिश सरकार ने लगभग 250 स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानी को फांसी पर लटका दिया था। अतः मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से आग्रह करता हूं कि छावनी शहीद स्थल की महत्ता को देखते हुए यहां एक राष्ट्रीय स्मारक बनाने की कृपा किया जाए। धन्यवाद।
श्री एम बदरुद्दीन जी।
मुझे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण इशू के ऊपर बोलने के तो वो मौका दिया। हमारे आसाम में सर 2 पेपर मिले, पूरा आसाम में इंडस्ट्री नाम की एक हिसाब से कोई चीज़ ही नहीं है। 2 ही पेपर मिल थे, 2017 और 2015, एक कछाड़ पेपर मिल, एक नौगांव पेपर मिल। दोनों पेपर इत्तेफाक से आज बंद है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब जब लोकसभा इलेक्शन में गए, उन्होंने वादा किया कि हम इसको शुरू करेंगे। उसके बाद असेंबली इलेक्शन में गए, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने वादा किया, वहाँ के चीफ मिनिस्टर ने वादा किया, लेकिन उसके बाद आज सर उसमें लाखों लोग बेकार हो गए। उनके बच्चों की पढ़ाई 2015-2017 से बंद है। कई लोगों ने खुदकुशी कर ली। एक आदमी ने खुदकुशी नोट में ये लिखा है, सुसाइड नोट में, कि मैं मर रहा हूँ लेकिन मेरी मौत की जिम्मेदारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर होगी। ये बड़े अफसोस की बात है। इसमें 530 करोड़ 530 करोड़
मिथुन रेड्डी जी।
सर 530 उसको अगर दे दिया जाए सैलरी तो वो मिल चालू हो जाएंगे।
Thank you, sir. Sir, this is a very important issue I would like to bring to your notice. Sir, post the formation of our state, the huge scam was taken place in the formation of our capital. Almost 4,000 acres of land is part of this scam, sir. It was bought for a few lakhs of rupees and now it's worth crores and crores. Then Chief Minister officially announced a different place called Tiruvuru, and then he declared where they bought this land, he declared this place as a capital. It is a breach of oath, sir. It's a huge scam. And, sir, people who are not even assessees in income tax, who are white ration card holders, they own crores of rupees. It clearly shows that binamis are holding this land. It's one of the biggest scam the country has seen, sir. Sir, we have taken up an investigation with a special SIT, sir. What we request is, since we are in power in the state, we don't want to be seen that we are doing a biased investigation. We want the CBI to take up this case, sir. Our government has already written to the government to take this case under the CBI. And similarly, sir, in Andhra Pradesh State Fiber Grid Network Limited, huge irregularities and misappropriation was unearthed. And the misappropriated amount is close to 2,000 crores. So there's substantial proof in both the issues, what I've told. So we request that a CBI case be taken, CBI get into this and investigate in a very fair manner. Sir, there have been a spate of incidents. There have been a spate of incidents which have been happening in the state, especially to instigate communal violence. Recently,
please conclude.
Sir, give me please, very important, sir, give me 2 more minutes. A Rath was set on fire, sir. So for this investigation to be fair, we demand a CBI inquiry even to this incident, sir, because this is a very serious case. There have been incidents like this happening just to instigate communal violence. So we want a free and fair probe into this. Sir, yesterday, the High Court has passed, sir, 1 minute, sir. Yesterday, the High Court has passed a gag order, sir, staying the sit and saying that no media, anything on this sit, whatever is this land scam be shown in the TV or anything. Sir, all this is just because the former Advocate General is there and kith and kin of a judge are there, sir. Law is same from the Prime Minister to the common man, sir. This law.
प्रणाम सर। मुझे बहुत अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे बहुत दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि पश्चिम बंगाल खतरे में है और पुराना कश्मीर बन रहा है। ये लॉकडाउन के टाइम में कोरोना को लेकर हुगली क्षेत्र तेलनीपाड़ा में दंगा हो गया। एक पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी के लोग कोरोना टेस्ट नहीं करवाएंगे बोल के मतभेद हुआ और दंगा का रूप ले लिया। 3 दिन तक ये दंगा चला। बाहर से लोग बम इकट्ठा करके आके दंगा किया, किसी का घर लूट लिया, किसी का दुकान जला दिया, महिला के ऊपर हाथ दिया, मंदिर तोड़ दिया गया। मैं और अर्जुन सिंह जी दोनों कोशिश की जाने के लिए, लेकिन हम लोग को रोका दिया गया। डीएम कमिश्नर ने हमारे साथ मिला भी नहीं तक सर।
ये 2016 में दुर्गा पूजा विसर्जन के टाइम में,
माननीय सदस्य
2017 में रामनवमी का मिছিল के टाइम में, ये तेलीनीपाड़ा में ये ऐसा हिंसा का परिस्थिति होता है सर। टीएमसी नेता इसमें जुड़े होते हैं सर। अगर मैं नाम ले लूं तो हम वो पार्टी मुझे बोलेगा मैं कम्युनल हूँ। গরু দুধ দেবে পিসি ভাইপোকে আর তার জন্য লাথি মারবে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের মানুষকে। এখানে কোনো গণতন্ত্র বলে কিছু নেই। সিরিয়াল কিলারের মতো একের পর এক বিজেপি কর্মীকে মারা হচ্ছে, মেরে গাছে ঝুলিয়ে দেওয়া হচ্ছে স্যার, একের পর এক।
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Give me opportunity to raise very urgent and public important matter. Sir, Honorable Information Technology Minister Shri Ravi Shankar Prasad ji is sitting with us. I would like to draw his attention through you, sir. Sir, the entire media today and yesterday reported citing a Shenzhen Chinese-based information technology company, Shenhua Data Information Technology Company, monitoring over 10,000 individuals, including the entire spectrum of political leadership, is at most condemnable act violation of international norms and data privacy. The Chinese aggression to incite the hybrid warfare against India and its political leadership is a violation of all laws, international decorum, and practice and decency. The Chinese aggression in multiple factors, including cyber espionage, assume significance when India is engaged in a simmering standoff with China along the line of actual control in Ladakh. Sir, the overseas key information database developed by the Shenzhen Information Technology firm with a links to the Chinese government and the Communist Party, which features, sir, I'm talking, which features India's political leadership and cyber war. This action by China must be protested at all forums internationally, and the Chinese ambassador India must be summoned by the government to register in its strong protest and appropriate action.
सर, हमारा देश की राष्ट्रपति जी से, राष्ट्रदूत, प्राइम मिनिस्टर से, पत्रकार, राजा से प्रजा, सब चाइनीज निरीक्षण की चंगुल में फंस गए हैं। इससे निपटने के लिए कोई रास्ता है या नहीं मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन सर ये सही है कि हमारे देश में कोरोना की एग्रेशन चाइना से हुआ, हमारा देश में लद्दाख में फिजिकल एग्रेशन चाइना कर रहे हैं, अभी डिजिटल एग्रेशन वो भी चाइना कर रहे हैं। तो हमारी जो निरीक्षण जो चंगुल में सारे देश फंस गए हैं, ये सरकार को क्या पता नहीं है? बाहर से कोई कंपनी इस तरीके की निरीक्षण करते रहे और हमारा नेशनल सिक्योरिटी कहाँ जाए? हमारा नेशनल सिक्योरिटी तार-तार हो रहे हैं, हमारा नेशनल सिक्योरिटी तार-तार हो रहे हैं। सर, हमारे आईटी मिनिस्टर है, आईटी मिनिस्टर है, सर आईटी मिनिस्टर को दरखास्त करूंगा। सर खत्म हो गया, सर खत्म हो गया। आईटी मिनिस्टर को दरखास्त करूंगा कि यू शुड बिल्ड इम्प्रेग्नेबल फायरवॉल टू रेजिस्ट दिस न्यू menacing syndrome, and I would also like from the minister to elucidate, to explain the issue in the parliament, sir, please.
Item number 11, Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma.
अनुसूचित जनजातियों 2020-2021 के कल्याण संबंधी समिति का दूसरा, तीसरा और चौथा प्रतिवेदन हिंदी और अंग्रेजी संस्करण एक प्रति जैसा कि आज की कार्य सूची में दिखाया गया है प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं पुनः आपसे आग्रह करना चाहता हूं, पूरा देश इस विपरीत परिस्थिति के अंदर भी देख रहा है कि संसद किस तरीके से सबके सामूहिक प्रयासों से देश हित में काम कर रही है। माननीय मुलायम सिंह जी यादव जैसे हमारे वरिष्ठ सांसद भी यहाँ पर इस परिस्थिति में पधारे हैं, केवल लोकतंत्र मजबूत हो इसलिए मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि हम एक व्यक्ति नहीं, एक संस्था है, 15 लाख लोगों का रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं। इसलिए हम इस कोरोना संक्रमण को देखते हुए जो हमारी गाइडलाइन है, जिसमें मास्क पहनना, आपको हमने कहा कि कोशिश की कि ठीक से सुरक्षित इंतजाम हो, इसलिए हमने शीट लगाई है, आपकी दूरियों को दूर करने का प्रयास किया है। इसलिए मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि सब लोग व्यवस्था की दृष्टि से बैठकर बोलें। मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों को पर्याप्त समय और पर्याप्त अवसर दूंगा। श्री बी मेहताब जी। बी मेहताब जी।
हाँ जी सर। Sir, it's a very important matter not only for our state, but also the decision that the central government is taking. Odisha is producing about half of the country's iron ore, besides substantial quantities of chromite, bauxite, limestone and manganese ore. However, the state is being deprived of its reasonable expectation of revenue from such mining. The royalty on these minerals was last revised 5 years back on 1st September 2014, even though there is provision permitting revision of royalty every 3 years. The premiums offered by bidders in case of mining leases granted through auction are indicative of the jurisdiction for raising the rates of royalty in order to improve the revenue shares of state government. For non-revision of royalty, the state is being deprived of legitimate shares of revenues from such mining. I urge upon the government to enhance the rate of royalty in case of iron ore, chromite, bauxite at the earliest. Thank you, sir.
बनर्जी जी, परसून बनर्जी।
हेलो सर, थैंक यू, यू आर गिवन चांस टू मी। आपको आभारी हूँ मैं। हमारा एक प्रॉब्लम हो रहा हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में। आई एम फ्रॉम हावड़ा, वेस्ट बंगाल। एवरी टाइम लास्ट फ्रॉम 2013 टू नाउ कभी ये कर नहीं सकते कोई। इतना था वे बोले, उसीलिए आपको बात में रेल मिनिस्टर को हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं। बहुत तकलीफ होता। हम हावड़ा में एक छोटा जगह है बाक्सारा, बाक्सारा लाइक आइलैंड्स, गंगा उधर गिरती, इधर रास्ते नहीं, पूरा लाइन चलते। आप जानते हैं हावड़ा में, हावड़ा टू सांतरागाछी 4 ठो क्रॉसिंग है सर। क्रॉसिंग तो बंद होते तो बहुत ट्रबल होते। तो कोई एम्बुलेंस आते सर, उधर करीब आधा घंटे 45 मिनट रुक जाते, उसमें कोई डेथ हो जाते सर। इतना दफे हम बोले उनको, मिनिस्टर साहब को बोले, पीयूष गोयल से बताए थे हम, इतना तकलीफ होते उधर में। एवरी टाइम प्रॉब्लम होता। अभी वेरी बिग प्रॉब्लम सर, उसीलिए आप हमको चांस दिए सर। मिनिस्टर को हम बोलना चाहते हैं आपको भीतर से, जे उन्हें प्लीज़ एक अंडर बाईपास कर दे दीजिए, एक 1 अंडर बाईपास ओनली। खाली अंडर बाईपास हो जाए तो एक एम्बुलेंस घुस सकेगी, आदमी लोग ठीक रहेंगे सर। धन्यवाद सर, नमस्कार।
राजीव प्रताप रूडी।
बिल्कुल 1 मिनट में, मैंने अपना अभी 12 सेकंड हुए हैं, मैं एकदम पूरा कर लेता हूं। अध्यक्ष जी, ये चिंता बाघों के बारे में, और भारत में आज बाघों की संख्या, भारत की सरकार ने जो प्रयास किया उसकी संख्या बढ़कर के 2000 से 3000 पहुंच चुका है, जो दुनिया में इसे मिसाल माना जाता है। और हाल फिलहाल मैं चितवन से जुड़ा हुआ, नेपाल से जुड़ा हुआ वाल्मीकि नगर टाइगर रिजर्व्स में था, और जहां बाघों की संख्या बढ़कर के 41 हो गई, लेकिन उनकी संख्या जिस प्रकार से बढ़ रही है। और बिहार में एक और स्थान है जिसको बिहार की सरकार ने एक टाइगर रिजर्व, जो भारत का सबसे बड़ा टाइगर रिजर्व होगा, क्योंकि बिहार और झारखंड के बंटवारे के बाद पलामू चला गया झारखंड में, और बिहार के पास सिर्फ एक टाइगर रिजर्व रह गया, वो था वाल्मीकि नगर। अभी इसकी दूरी, इसकी चौड़ाई जो है लगभग 1100 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर है, जो भारत का सबसे बड़ा टाइगर रिजर्व बन सकता है, जो झारखंड से, उत्तर प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश से ये सभी जंगलों से मिलता है। 1995 में अंतिम बाघ यहाँ दिखा था, और हाल फिलहाल भी यहाँ एक बाघ दिखा है। और मैं आपके माध्यम से मांग करना चाहूँगा कि कैमूर, जो बिहार का एक बहुत ही अच्छा जंगल है, जिसको रिजर्व है, उसे एक नेशनल पार्क के रूप में, व्याघ्र पार्क के रूप में विकसित करने के लिए भारत सरकार अपनी स्वीकृति दे। धन्यवाद।
पटेल श्री लालू भाई पटेल।
आपने मुझे आज मेरे क्षेत्र दादरा नगर हवेली और दमन दीव की ओर से एक महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे पर जीरोस में बोलने का मौका दिया, इसके लिए मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं आपके माध्यम से विदेश मंत्री को ध्यान में ये बताना चाहता हूं कि अपने देश के कई मछुआरों पाकिस्तान की जेल में कैद है। इस मुद्दे पर आगे जाने से पहले मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी और स्वर्गीय श्रीमती सुषमा स्वराज का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उनके कार्यकाल के दौरान और उनकी मेहनत से बहुत सारे मछुआरे छूट के आए थे। आज की तारीख में 270 मछुआरों और लगभग 1200 बोट पाकिस्तान के कब्जे में है, जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और दमन और दीव से है। कई मछुआरे 1 साल के पहले छूट जाते थे, लेकिन इस टाइम ज़्यादा टाइम लगा। इसलिए विदेश मंत्री जी को निवेदन है कि वो पाकिस्तान के विदेश मंत्री के से अपनी बात रखें और इन मछुआरों और बोटों को साथ छुड़ाने की प्रक्रिया शुरू करें, क्योंकि इन मछुआरों की फैमिली काफ़ी समय से परेशान है। वहाँ की हालत के बारे में उनको सूचना नहीं जाती। इन कैदी मछुआरों को पत्र लिखना भी मनाही है, इससे कारण फैमिली बहुत परेशान है। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को फिर से एक बार धन्यवाद करता हूं और विदेश मंत्री जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि यह प्रसंग काल का निवारण हो ताकि घर वाले की राहत की सांस ले। मैं आपका भी अभी बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। धन्यवाद।
सुनील कुमार सिंह पिंटू।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके प्रति मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि आपने मुझे किसानों की समस्या उठाने का मौका दिया। महोदय, मैं सीतामढ़ी सीता जी की प्रकट स्थली से आता हूं। वो इलाका बाढ़ से पूरी तरह हमेशा हर साल वहां बाढ़ आती है और किसानों की फसल बाढ़ में क्षति होती है। और सीतामढ़ी जिले में एकमात्र शुगर केन की एक फैक्ट्री रीगा शुगर मिल है, जहां पर सीतामढ़ी जिले के किसानों का 100 करोड़ रुपया से भी ज़्यादा उस मिल के ऊपर में बकाया है। मैं आपके माध्यम से भारत सरकार से यह चाहता हूं कि भारत सरकार उसमें इंटरफेयर करे। वो मिल ने आज किसानों को पैसा देने से हाथ खड़ा कर लिया है और आज सीतामढ़ी जिले के किसानों की दयनीय स्थिति बहुत टूट चुकी है, कमर टूट चुका है। आज न वो अपने बच्चों को पढ़ा सकते हैं, न अपनी बच्चियों की शादी कर सकते हैं। लगभग 100 करोड़ से ऊपर किसानों का रीगा शुगर मिल के पास आज उन लोगों का रुपया बंद पड़ा हुआ है, जो रीगा मिल नहीं दे रहा है। इसलिए मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि किसानों की दयनीय हालत को देखते हुए इस रीगा मिल से किसानों का पैसा अविलंब दिलवाने की व्यवस्था की जाए। आपके प्रति मैं पुनः समय दिया, इसके लिए धन्यवाद।
डॉक्टर के कुमार।
Honorable Speaker, sir, thanks for the opportunity. Pulicat Lake in my constituency, this is the sea front of my constituency. This Pulicat Lake is a shallow water lake where 25,000 people are dependent on fishing. This, there is a bar mouth required over there. For this, the Environmental Ministry has to give approval. All procedures has been followed, and the state government has also sent the proposal. Finance has been organized within the state government, and the Environment and Forest Ministry has to give the approval for going ahead with the work. It is the life of 25,000 people. Through you, I plead to the Honorable Minister for Environment and Forest to give the early approval. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं आपसे आग्रह कर रहा हूं कि आप अगर 1 मिनट में आपकी बात को 1 मिनट में कंक्लूड करते हो तो मैं आपको बोलने की इजाजत देता हूं। एक्स्ट्रा 1 मिनट 9। राहुल शिवाले।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। ज्या छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांच्या पराक्रमाने दाखले जगभरात दिले जातात, त्या छत्रपती चा वारसा सांगणाऱ्या मराठा समाजाच्या आरक्षणाच्या अत्यंत महत्त्वाच्या विषयावर बोलण्याची संधी दिली त्याबद्दल धन्यवाद. आपण जय जवान जय किसान जो नारा देतो त्यातला किसान म्हणजेच बहुतांश शेतकरी असलेला सुमारे 4 कोटीचा मराठा समाज गेल्या वर्षापासून काही वर्षापासून शैक्षणिक आणि नोकरीतील आरक्षणासाठी संघर्ष करतोय. वास्तविक मराठा आरक्षणाची पहिली मागणी झाली ती 1982 मध्ये स्वर्गीय माथाडी कामगार नेते अण्णासाहेब पाटील यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली. आरक्षण आणि इतर मागण्यांसाठी मराठा समाजाने 1982 मध्ये मंत्रालयावर मोर्चा काढला. तेव्हापासून ही मागणी सुरू होती. मात्र 2013-2014च्या दरम्यान या मागणीसाठी मराठा समाजाने खऱ्या अर्थाने एकटवला आणि कोणत्याही राजकीय नेतृत्वाशिवाय लाखो मराठा युवक युवती शांतपणे रस्त्यावर उतरले. राज्यभरात निघालेल्या अनेक मूक मोर्चाने संयम आणि स्वयंसिद्ध असं अनोखं दर्शन घडवलं. वास्तविक 50%हून अधिक आरक्षण देता येत नाही याचा पुनरुच्चार करत बापट आयोगाने मराठा आरक्षण अमान्य केले होते, परंतु राणे समितीच्या सर्वेक्षणाचा आधार देत 2014 पूर्वीच मराठा समाजाला आरक्षण देण्यात आले, पण ते न्यायालयात टिकाव धरू शकले नाही. डिसेंबर 2018 मध्ये महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेत आणि विधान परिषदेत मराठा आरक्षणाचा कायदा संमत करण्यात आला. एक मिनिट, आरक्षण लागू झाले नाही.
Only conclude in 1 minute. No? Anubhav Mohanty.
थैंक यू सर. सर, सोशल मीडिया पर वायरल हुई एक खबर और उससे जुड़े एक मुद्दे को रखना चाहूंगा सर.
बोलते जाइए.
सर, कुलदीप सिंह बलबीर सिंह जी का बेटा है जो सेना में रहे हैं और विकलांग भी हैं. कुलदीप अपने परिवार का एकमात्र कमाऊ सदस्य है जिस पर रोहतक सिस्टर्स द्वारा मोलेस्टेशन का झूठा आरोप लगाया गया था 6 साल पहले, और उन महिलाओं को मीडिया ने रोहतक ब्रेव हार्ट्स का नाम दिया था और बाद में कुलदीप सिंह को एक नहीं बल्कि 2 अदालतों द्वारा निर्दोष घोषित किया गया. अदालत ने भले ही कुलदीप को निर्दोष घोषित किया, पर 6 साल पहले कुलदीप ने सेना में शामिल होने के जो सपना देखा था वो कहीं खो गया. सर, झूठे मामले और मीडिया ट्रायल के कारण परीक्षा में बैठने की अनुमति नहीं थी और अब उन्होंने हाल ही में ग्रेड डी के लिए HSSC की परीक्षा पास की है और उसे अगस्त में HAP मधुबन में शामिल होना था, लेकिन IPC की धारा 354 के तहत फॉल्स FIR के कारण उसकी ज्वाइनिंग नहीं हो पाई है, रोक दी गई है. इस मामले में जज ने कहा था प्राइमा फेसी नो केस वाज मेड आउट, लेकिन अभी भी कुलदीप को उसके खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ रहा है. सर, मीडिया ट्रायल ने इस लड़के के जीवन को नरक बना दिया है.
निहाल चंद मेघवाल. अब तो खड़े भी नहीं हो सकते, इसलिए 1 मिनट माइक बंद होते बैठना पड़ेगा.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपने मुझे शून्यकाल में बोलने का मौका दिया, मैं आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा.
मौका तो दिया पर 1 मिनट के लिए.
मैं राजस्थान प्रदेश से आता हूं और राजस्थान प्रदेश में पिछले दिनों टीडीओं द्वारा पूरे किसानों की फसल को तबाह किया गया. राजस्थान प्रदेश की करीबन 90,000 एकड़ भूमि जो टीडी खा चुकी है, सारी की सारी फसलें नष्ट हो चुकी है. इन टीडियों का विशाल दल मेरे संसदीय क्षेत्र श्री गंगानगर और हनुमानगढ़ में भी पहुंचा. सारी की सारी फसलें खराब हो चुकी है. खरीफ की फसल ओलावृष्टि से खराब हुई और अभी की फसल टिड्डी की वजह से तबाही हो गई है. मैं आपके माध्यम से मैं सरकार से आग्रह करना चाहूँगा कि पिछले दिनों जो टिड्डी की अरबों रुपए की जो फसल खराब हुई थी उसका सर्वे करवाकर राजस्थान सरकार उसका सर्वे कराकर उसका मुआवजा दें और इस
हसनैन मसूदी जी.
माइक.
हजारों लोग गिरफ्तार किए गए. अब इस जुल्म सितम में एक नई रूप रेखा हो गई. उस फेक एनकाउंटर्स का एक सिलसिला शुरू हो गया. अभी 1 महीने पहले ये दावा किया गया कि 3 खूंखार मिलिटेंट्स को एक एनकाउंटर में मार गिराया गया और साउथ कश्मीर में मिलिटेंसी का सफाया हुआ. 4 दिन के बाद ही ये बात जाहिर हुई कि वो राजौरी के मजदूर थे और वो इसलिए आए थे ताकि वो अपनी तालीम के लिए पैसा जमा करें. उसके बाद एक शुरू की गई इन्वेस्टिगेशन आर्मी ने भी की और पुलिस ने भी, लेकिन आज तक DNA सैंपल्स के बावजूद भी उसका कोई तहकीकात किसी कंक्लूजन पर नहीं आ रही है. उसके बाद आज ही सोपोर में एक और कस्टोडियल डेथ हुई है. सर, ये सारे जो ऐसे मामले हो रहे हैं, जुल्म सितम की नई इंतहा जो हो रही है, इससे दूरियां और बढ़ जा रही है. किसी का कोई फायदा नहीं होगा. मैं हाउस में क्या कहना चाहता हूँ तो वजीर दिफा साहब से
Yes.
T. Sumudi.
Honorable Speaker, sir. My name. Honorable Speaker, sir. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk in 0 hour.
I would like to bring to the notice of this August House that during post-COVID-19 relaxation of lockdown, there has been noticeable reverse migration in Visakhapatnam, Vijayanagaram, Prakasham, Srikakulam, Anantapur, Kurnool and Chittoor districts of Andhra Pradesh state. Honorable Speaker Sir, through you, I would like to request the government and especially the Rural Development Ministry to kindly include these 7 districts in the state of Andhra Pradesh under the Garib Kalyan Rojgar Abhiyan, GRKA, and also to provide the funds as given to the similar districts selected, 116 districts in the whole India in 6 states. Thank you very much,
Kumar.
Sir, thank you, sir. Sir, as works dried up in the COVID-19 lockdown hit cities, the migrant workers who return from cities to their native villages depends on the works under Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act for their livelihood. Accordingly, NREGA played a vital role on providing timely relief for them with prompt wage payment at their native village. In my state of Tamil Nadu, there are about 85 lakh active workers who are registered themselves under NREGA. Though the resumption of NREGA works has indeed brought cheer to rural people in Tamil Nadu to overcome the effects of disaster little bit more, the people need to permitted to work for at least 200 days in a year. At this juncture, I appeal the union government through you, sir, suitable measures to be taken to increase the guaranteed employment from 100 days to 200 days. Continue to provide life and health insurance coverage under Janasri Bima Yojana as well as Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana. Thank you, sir.
आपने मुझे अवसर दिया। मैं यहाँ पर जनगणना 2021 का कार्यक्रम जो भारत सरकार द्वारा आरंभ हुआ है उसके बारे में बोलना चाह रही हूँ। ओबीसी उसमें कॉलम ना होने के कारण ओबीसी जनता और नेता आंदोलन कर रहे हैं। मंडल आयोग की रिपोर्ट अनुसार 1931 में हुई जनगणना के आधार पर ओबीसी प्रवर्ग की जनसंख्या 52% थी। उसके बाद ओबीसी की स्वतंत्र जनगणना नहीं हुई है। तो मैं ये मांग करती हूँ कि वीजेएनटी, डीएनटी, ओबीसी जो समाज आते हैं उन्हें न्याय मिले। उसी के साथ साथ मराठा क्रांति मोर्चा के बारे में बोला गया है, वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में विषय है, उसमें भी केंद्र सरकार पहल करे और जल्द से जल्द अगर 50% अपना आरक्षण है उसके आगे जाने का अगर काम पड़ता है तो उसे आगे जाके भी आरक्षण के बारे में और मराठी क्रांति मोर्चा के बारे में ओबीसी की जो मांग है उसे पूरा करे। धन्यवाद।
हो गया?
नहीं जल रहा है सर।
बोलिए।
अब जला। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मेरे संसदीय क्षेत्र के शिवहर जिला के दर्जनों राष्ट्रीयकृत बैंक की शाखाएं हैं, किंतु किसी भी बैंक के पास करेंसी चेस्ट नहीं है। शिवहर जिला के बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा को आरबीआई ने इसके लिए लाइसेंस दे रखा है, जो जिला का लीड बैंक भी है। फिर भी वर्षों से लाइसेंस रहने के बावजूद बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा शिवहर में करेंसी चेस्ट नहीं खोल पा रहा है। इसलिए जिला के बैंकों में लेन देन का काम सीतामढ़ी एवं मुजफ्फरपुर जिले से कैश मंगाकर की जाती है, जिसके कारण यहाँ के बैंक में अक्सर कैश की समस्या रहती है। मुझे यह भी बताते हुए दुख हो रहा है कि शिवहर जिले का लीड बैंक होने के नाते बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के पास अलग से इसका कोई भवन नहीं है। इसके कारण लीड बैंक का कामकाज भी इसके शाखा से ही संचालित होता है, जिससे बैंक में काफी भीड़ हो जाती है और लोगों को बैंकिंग से जुड़े हुई समस्याओं को जूझना पड़ता है। जिले के लीड बैंक के पास निजी भवन के साथ साथ पर्याप्त सुविधा नहीं होने के कारण अतः सरकार के माध्यम सरकार अनुरोध है।
Thank you so much, sir. The government of various states announced a complete lockdown of public places like theatres in their states by March 15, 2020. This was followed by the social distancing advisory issued by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare on March 16, 2020. These measures have led not only to a shutdown of several theatres countrywide, but also an indefinite halt in production of several films, television, and other entertainment medium. Because of this, the entire industry has been suffering. Lakhs and lakhs of people have been losing their jobs. The condition of the Bengal film industry is also very bad. So thousands of people working in this film industry, directly or indirectly, like actors, singers, technicians, makeup artists, thousands of laborers working behind the camera and in the production teams are absolutely jobless. The industry is facing huge financial crisis. As a colleague, along with other people from the film fraternity, I have tried to help but could not. Thus, I would request the government to kindly look into the matter and sanction relief packages for the entertainment industry and its people for the immediate revival.
3 से उनके अधीन मामले उठाने की अनुमति प्रदान की गई है। वे अपने मामले के अनुमोदित पाठ को व्यक्तिगत रूप से सभा पटल पर रख दें। आइटम नंबर 14 और 15 को एक साथ दे रहे हैं। श्री मनीष तिवारी जी।
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, I move the resolution.
माननीय मंत्री जी, माननीय मंत्री जी।
सर, मैं लोकसभा में प्रेजेंट हूँ सर।
हाँ, आप बोले।
I want the bill to be taken up for consideration.
बोले, हम सुन रहे हैं आपकी आवाज।
ठीक है सर। सर, the bill to move, the bill further to amend the Banking Regulation Act 1949 be taken into consideration.
कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप?
हाँ सर। सर, इस बिल को हम इसीलिए ले रहे हैं क्योंकि पिछले 2 साल से हम लगातार कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स और स्मॉल बैंक्स जिनके डिपॉजिटर्स को बहुत तकलीफ हो रही है, उन डिपॉजिटर्स का प्रोटेक्शन के लिए और उनके इंटरेस्ट के प्रोटेक्शन के लिए और कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स जो कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज जो बैंक के नाते काम करते हैं, उनमें जो बैंक के नाम उपयोग करते हैं या बैंकर या बैंकिंग के काम करते हैं, उनको रेगुलेट करने के लिए इस बैंकिंग एक्ट के द्वारा, बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट अमेंडमेंट के द्वारा उनका डिपॉजिटर्स का प्रोटेक्शन के लिए ये अमेंडमेंट लिया जा रहा है। वी आर ट्राइंग टू ब्रिंग दिस अमेंडमेंट in order to protect the depositors who in the last 2 years, honorable members, sir, through you I wish to say, would know that depositors in some unfortunate situations in banks or cooperative societies which are operating as banks are put to hardship, either because these banks have fallen into bad days, requiring therefore the regulator to bring a moratorium and to solve the problem seems to consume all the time. इस रेगुलेशन इसीलिए एक एक्ट के द्वारा, बिल अमेंडमेंट के द्वारा हमने मार्च बैंक बजट सेशन के समय उसको पेश किया था. We had introduced this bill in order to have the amendments brought in so that depositors' interest will be taken care of. But unfortunately, because during the budget session we couldn't have this bill passed, we had to bring an ordinance. And that ordinance was brought in only because the health, financial health of many of these cooperative societies which were also performing as banks was becoming very delicate. मैं सदस्यगण सबको आपके द्वारा ये जानकारी देना चाह रही हूँ कि कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स का हालात थोड़ा गंभीर होने के कारण लॉकडाउन के पीरियड होते हुए भी हमने एक ऑर्डिनेंस ले आने का मजबूर हुआ. कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स का हालात बोलने के समय में ये ध्यान दिलाना चाह रही हूँ कि 277 अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स का फाइनेंशियल स्टेट ऑफ अफेयर्स बहुत ही वीक है. 105 ये 277 अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स लॉस रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। 105 अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स उनका अपना मिनिमम रेगुलेटरी कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट भी भरपाई नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। मीनिंग 105 अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स are unable to meet even the minimum regulatory capital requirement. So, 47 having negative net worth, 47 का net worth negative है। फिर 328 urban cooperative banks are having more than 15% gross NPA. ग्रॉस एनपीए रेशियो 15% का अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स में एनपीए होने के कारण मैं मार्च 2019 का डेटा बोल रही हूं। ये सब ऐसे रहते हुए मार्च 2020 तक डेटा देखिए सर, पैंडेमिक के द्वारा स्ट्रेस कोऑपरेटिव बैंक में इंक्रीज हुआ विद ग्रॉस एनपीए रेशियोज ऑफ अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स increased from 7.27% in March 2019 to over 10% in March 2020. Therefore, it was felt that in the interest of the depositors, we should have this ordinance brought in. Now, that ordinance will have to be replaced so that we are able to have 3 different things brought in, sir. सेक्शन 3 का अमेंडमेंट हो रही है, सेक्शन 45 का अमेंडमेंट हो रही है, सेक्शन 56 का भी अमेंडमेंट हो रही है। नाउ अमेंडमेंट्स टू 3 and 56 आर क्लियरली बिकॉज बैंक के नाम रखते हुए जो भी कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी फंक्शन करते हैं उनको कमर्शियल बैंक्स को जो रूल्स लगता है वही रूल उनको भी लगना चाहिए। By amending Section 3 and Section 56, we are making provisions applicable, that which is applicable for banking companies, that is commercial banks, to cooperative banks also, so that cooperative banks are equally subjected to better governance and sound banking regulations through the RBI. ये Section 3 का amendment और Section 56 का amendment का motive यही है, ऑब्जेक्टिव यही है। सेक्शन 45 का भी अमेंडमेंट हो रही है। ये क्यों हो रही है? दैट विल एनेबल द आरबीआई टू मेक अ स्कीम ऑफ रिकंस्ट्रक्शन और अमैलगमेशन। फॉर एग्जांपल, द वे इन विच द रीसेंट येस बैंक reconstruction scheme happened to protect the interests of the public depositors. Depositors के हित में अगर रिकंस्ट्रक्शन हो सकता है बिना moratorium period, without making the bank undergo a moratorium period, if you're able to reconstruct the bank, if you're able to professionalize their management, and if that power can be given to the RBI, it might help the depositors so that आज भी मैं दोबारा वो उदाहरण ले रही हूँ, पीएमसी बैंक का depositors का solution आज तक हो नहीं पा रही। अगर आरबीआई के पास सेक्शन 56 के द्वारा इस अमेंडमेंट के द्वारा सेक्शन 45 इस अमेंडमेंट के द्वारा आरबीआई को हम वो पावर सौंपा देंगे, जैसे यस बैंक को हुआ, उधर भी मॉरेटोरियम के साथ हुआ, मगर बिना मॉरेटोरियम और तकलीफ कस्टमर को, डिपॉजिटर्स को ना करते हुए अगर रिकंस्ट्रक्शन कर सकते हैं और जल्द से जल्द डिपॉजिटर्स के इंटरेस्ट को हम प्रोटेक्ट कर पाएंगे, उनका सर्विस लगातार कंटिन्यू हो सकता है, ये 45 सेक्शन का अमेंडमेंट के द्वारा वो होगा। That is why we want to have Section 3, Section 45 and Section 56 amended, बिल्कुल depositors के इंटरेस्ट को मन में रखते हुए ये सब हो रही है। कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज जिन जिन को बैंक का नाम है सिर्फ उनको वर्तित है ये अमेंडमेंट्स। प्राइमरी एग्रीकल्चरल क्रेडिट सोसाइटी को ये लागू नहीं है। This does not apply. This shall not apply to the primary agricultural credit societies. This shall also not be applicable to cooperative society whose primary object and primary business is providing long-term finance for agricultural development. इनको भी ये लागू नहीं है. So let us be clear that we are not doing anything to touch state cooperatives. We are not doing anything to touch primary agricultural credit societies. We are not doing anything to touch cooperative societies whose primary object and primary business is providing of long-term finance for agricultural development. So, अगर कोई member के मन में ये शक है कि क्या ये PAC को वर्तित है, क्या ये cooperative societies जो agricultural development में काम करती हैं उनको भी टच करेगा, मैं आश्वासन दिलाना चाह रही हूँ माननीय स्पीकर महोदय आपके द्वारा कि ये बिल्कुल इनको वर्तित नहीं होगा, सिर्फ इनको वर्तित होगा जो बैंक या बैंकर या बैंकिंग का काम करते हैं कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज में, सिर्फ उनको ही लागू होगा. एंड ये पहली बार नहीं है इस सेक्शन को अमेंडमेंट करने का सरकार के द्वारा प्रयत्न हुआ है. सेक्शन 3 का 56 का अमेंडमेंट इससे पहले भी हुआ है, इसीलिए कोई ये ना गलतफहमी में रहे कि ये क्या हो रही है, इस बार क्यों ऐसे कर रहे हैं. इससे पहले भी सेक्शन 3 और सेक्शन 56 का अमेंडमेंट भी हुआ है, एक बार 68 में, 65 में, 1965 में, 1984 में, 1987 में, 1989 में और 2012 में भी इन सेक्शन का अमेंडमेंट हुआ है. सो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं इस बिल का कंसिडरेशन लेने के लिए आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Article 123 of the Constitution of India, which provides for the power to promulgate ordinances during recess of Parliament, has certain very specific trigger phrases. And these trigger phrases need to be activated in order to shift the burden of lawmaking from the legislative institutions to the executive. And that trigger phrase, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that circumstances exist which render it necessary for him to take immediate action. The reference to for him is a reference to the Honorable President of India. Therefore, the two key words which need to be triggered before Article 123 can be invoked are circumstances and necessary action. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the instanced case, none of those circumstances existed as on the 26th of June 2020 when the said ordinance was promulgated. At a point in time when our GDP growth rate had been in a free fall for 7 quarters preceding the lockdown, and when all economic activity during the lockdown had come to a complete standstill, there was absolutely no rationale for promulgating this ordinance, especially when the Banking Regulation Amendment Bill was under consideration in this very House. The more appropriate thing for the Honorable Finance Minister to do would have been that she could have very well withdrawn the bill when this session commenced, and she could have brought another bill with all the necessary amendments for the consideration of this House. This resort to the ordinance route in order to make laws is something which undermines the majesty of the Parliament, and it only exacerbates the attack on our legislative institutions. My second point, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that this particular ordinance falls foul of Article 123(3) of the Constitution of India also. The objective of this ordinance is to bring district central cooperative banks and urban cooperative banks under the control and the supervision of the Reserve Bank of India. However, this particular ordinance falls foul of entry 32, list 2 of the state list. While I concede that banking is within the purview of the union list in terms of entry 45, but the hair splitting which the Honorable Finance Minister has attempted by trying to segregate primary agricultural credit societies, long-term credit societies from district cooperative banks and implement the same template in the urban areas also, with great respect, may I say, is going to create utter mayhem in the agricultural economy, if not anarchy, because of the symbiotic linkage between or linkages between the primary agricultural credit societies and long-term credit lending societies and the district cooperative banks. The final point that I would like to stress and underscore, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the record of the Reserve Bank of India with regard to being able to preempt malfeasance or what is colloquially called scams in the banking sector is very mixed. I do not want to belabor that Yes Bank, the Punjab and Maharashtra Cooperative Bank, the Island FS, Diwan Housing, to name a few of the instances of malfeasance which have taken place when these institutions were under the superintendence, the direct superintendence of the Reserve Bank of India. May I humbly submit, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the Reserve Bank of India in itself is a conflicted institution by design. It is the regulator of the banks, it is the investment banker of the government, it is the owner, operator, regulator and player in the bond market, it is the manager of the government's credit and monetary policies, it is the foreign exchange regulator, and it is the currency regulator, and the list goes on and it is endless. If there is a need to bring about substantive reform, the need is to unscramble this egg called the Reserve Bank of India and segregate its various functions by spinning them off into different instrumentalities so that the primary function of the Reserve Bank of India, that is the regulator of the Indian banking system, can be properly discharged. My humble appeal, Mr. Speaker, sir, through you to the Honorable Finance Minister is, let's leave the cooperative sector alone. If there have been instances of malfeasance in district banks, there are as many success stories, if not more, which have played themselves out over the past 7 decades. State governments are more than competent to discharge their function, and in a federal polity, this ordinance and the bill which seeks to replace it, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a frontal assault on the federal structure of the Constitution, and this will have long-term implications on the democratic polity of India. May I, once again through you, Honorable Speaker, sir, urge the Honorable Finance Minister to withdraw this bill and let this ordinance be disapproved by a statutory resolution. Otherwise, this House will be witness to another blow which is being dealt through federalism and which I earlier stated would have long-term implications on the polity of this country. I thank you very much, Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Shri Shiv Kumar Udasi. कौन बैठेगा? हाँ, शुरू करें? आप तो शुरू करें, माइक चालू कर दें।
राइट, ये।
Thank you, Chairman sir, Speaker sir, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this bill, Banking Regulation Amendment Act 2020, a bill further to amend Banking Regulation Act 1949. Sir, this bill of Banking Regulation Act 1949 has been amended 40 times since its inception, sir. And the basic objective of this act when it was first enacted in the Parliament, was to consolidate and amend the law relating to banking, sir. So, under this act, it gave powers to the Reserve Bank of India, the power to license banks, sir. The second objective was to have regulation over shareholding and voting of the shareholders, sir. The third one was supervise the appointment of boards and the management. And the fourth, to regulate the operations of banks and lay down instructions for audits. And fifth was control, moratorium, merger and liquidation. And the sixth was to issue direction in the interest of public good and banking policy. And the final, the seventh objective was of the main act was to impose a penalty on banks if required, sir. So, in the year 1965, till those times, the cooperative banks were not part of this Banking Regulation Act. It was amended to include the cooperative banks under its purview by adding sections 56. What the Honorable Finance Minister was telling us, it was the section 56. Under the section 56, the cooperative banks were added into this BR Act, sir. As the economic situation arising from the COVID-19 pandemic has increased the stress in both in cooperative and banking companies, there was an immediate need for legislation in this regard. As the Honorable Finance Minister already has said, the certain amendments were considered necessary in the said act to provide for better management and proper regulation of cooperative banks and ensure affairs of the banks are conducted in a manner to protect the interest of depositors by increasing professionalism and enabling them to raise capital and improve the governance and ensure sound banking under the supervision of Reserve Bank of India. Accordingly, earlier this year, sir, the bill of Banking Regulation Amendment Act was introduced in the March 2020, sir. In the budget session, it was introduced. But the same could not be passed during the budget. In June 2020, President had promulgated the same ordinance of 2020, but the same was withdrawn on the first day of this session. Then a new bill, Banking Regulation Amendment 2020, number 114 of 2020 has been introduced, sir. The earlier bill was number 56 of 2020, sir. It has been removed, it has been withdrawn, and number 114 of 2020 has been introduced, and we are speaking about that bill right now, sir. And this bill is to empower RBI to effectively handle the mishaps or the adversaries in private banks and also in the cooperative banks without any loss of public confidence or disruptions, and will allow the RBI to prepare the reconstruction scheme for failed banks without having first make an order of moratorium on barring deposit withdrawals. This will enable the RBI find suitable suitors for stressed banks. Sir, as Honorable Finance Minister was telling us, the classic example was Yes Bank, and its subsequent rescue has prompted Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to strengthen the hands of the RBI in this front. So now coming to this bill, sir, why this amendment is crucial? We need to go back to see how many cooperative bank scams in India have happened, and also various malpractices in these cooperative banks and their implications. And for that, sir, you have to know cooperatives banks were established in India to facilitate rural credit and to cater the needs of small farmers and businessmen, sir. They were popular with middle and lower income groups because of the high interest rates they offered as compared to commercial banks. However, with the passage of time, most cooperative banks lost their purpose. Excessive state control, politicization further led to their deterioration, sir. By the 1990, none of the public or the private sector banks were willing to deal with the cooperative banks, and thus even otherwise a healthy cooperative banks were facing a tough time. Since 2000, sir, till date, till now the latest case of PMC, many cooperative banks were rocked by scams that exposed the malpractices in these banks. Many of these banks did not adhere to prudential norms prescribed by the Reserve Bank of India. I'll give 2 to 3 examples, sir. One, Madhavpura Mercantile Cooperative Bank scam, sir, which had invested a huge amount in the equity market, which was almost equal to its deposit base, and thus violating the RBI norms relating to exposure to the equity market, sir. Another bank, the Krushi Cooperative Urban Bank, had issued loans and advances amounting to 530 million rupees, as against its deposit base was only 350 million rupees. Not only that, sir, most of its loans had not been secured. Similarly, the Charminar Cooperative Urban Bank faced liquidity problems due to the indiscriminate lending to big borrowers against worthless collateral, the land which were given to the bank. More recently, the Nagpur District Central Cooperative Bank was involved in a fraudulent dealings in government securities through brokers. So what I am trying to tell here is this: the kind of scams, the fraudulent things happened in the cooperative banks is the latest example is the exposure of PMC Bank, sir, in which had over 9,15,000 depositors. The RBI had imposed restrictions on withdrawals. Statutory inspection of PMC by the RBI revealed that large group exposure of about 6,226 crore to Housing Development and Infrastructure Limited, HDIL group of companies, sir. Of the total exposure to the HDIL group, only 440 crores was disclosed to the RBI. The rest of 5,786 crores remained undisclosed. The modus operandi was very simple, sir. These bank accounts, there were around 21,000 bogus accounts through which they manipulated, so you could not see where that money was siphoned, sir. It had a deposit of 11,000 crores and as I said, 9 lakh ke upar uska depositors the. But irony is, some of the, I have heard that time, sir, some of the Reserve Bank of India Employees Association and also RBI Housing Association, they have also kept deposit to the tune of 100 to 500 crores in the same PMC banks. That is the irony, sir. The regulators, the RBI, in which they were working, they themselves had put money in such a bank, sir. So my point is, cooperative banks have for long been the backbone of rural banking. Since their inception, they have been doing excellent work in the field of rural and cooperative banking. The recent scams in cooperative banks have been a jolt to a cooperative banking system. So in order to have this, now I am coming to this bill for why this amendment is crucial. We have to go back to see this in this context. We are bringing certain cooperative banks under the RBI supervision as applicable to commercial banks as a part of efforts to protect the depositors of such cooperative banks. As already Honorable Finance Minister had given one detail, there are number of cooperative banks in this country are around 1,934. The total deposits is to the tune of 10 lakhs and above, and the total loans and advances is to the tune of 7.5 lakh crores. And as he said, number of banks in this cooperative sector, the losses during the 1920 is to the tune of 277, and number of having high net NPA is to the tune of 328 banks, and number of cooperative banks having negative net worth is around 47. As per RBI, over the last 2 decades, banking licenses of about 430 urban cooperative banks have been cancelled across the country, in most cases due to their precarious financial position. There are around last 5 years, there are around 16 urban cooperative banks whose license have been cancelled during the last 5 years. Sir, now I'll come to this bill. In this context, what amendments have been brought in this bill? I'd like to draw attention of the Honorable House. The new provisions, as Honorable Minister said, there are 2 amendments which have been done, the Section 3, Section 45 and Section 56. And the main objective of amending Section 3 and 56 of the BR Act is to extend provisions applicable to commercial banks to cooperative banks as well, so that the cooperative banks are equally subject to better governance and sound banking regulation, and the interest of their depositors are protected, and also professionalism will come into those banks. And the second one is of amending the section 45, enable RBI to make a scheme of reconstruction or amalgamation, as the case of Yes Bank, to protect the interest of the public depositors or the banking system, or to secure proper management of a commercial bank without having to first make an order of moratorium, so that the disruption to the financial system may be avoided. The bill also applied to the society. So the bill also amends the section 3 of the bill, will not affect the existing powers of the state registrars of cooperative societies under state laws, nor will the changes apply to primary agriculture credit societies or to the cooperative society whose primary object and principal business is providing a long-term finance for agriculture development, sir. And if such society does not use part of its name or in connection with its business in the words bank, banker or banking, and does not act as a drawee of checks, this amendment has been useful, sir. Now coming to the bill provides for restricting the cooperative banks from lending to their own directors, which was done in the PMC Bank, and debarring cooperative bank directors employed by or having substantial shareholding in the other companies, which was also done in the PMC Bank, and prohibiting them from the holding directorship in other banks. Such restriction already applied to directors in the commercial banks and help ensure that there is no conflict of interest in board decision making. For sound financial management, sir, provisions regarding financial statements, audit, unclaimed deposits, and effective oversight by the regulator that are currently applicable to the commercial banks but not to the cooperative banks are now proposed to be made applicable to the cooperative banks as well. Regulatory approval and removal of auditors will enhance the transparency, restore depositors' confidence, and protect depositors' hard-earned savings. Regulator will now be able to make reconstruction scheme in the respect of cooperative banks as well, in case depositors or the bank are at the risk due to the financial management or government lapses. Now coming to the RBI's power to supersede a bank, sir. Supersede a bank's board in the interest of the public or the depositors, or for securing proper management in the bank, which is currently applicable in respect of the commercial banks and multi-state cooperative banks, is now proposed to be made applicable in respect of non-multi-state cooperative banks as well, with the stipulation that this may be done in consultation with the state government concerned. To facilitate the cooperative banks in raising capital, sir, as less as 25 lakhs, you can start a cooperative bank. Now, currently, to access this capital for cooperative banks, it is limited with this amendment that cooperative banks will be allowed to raise money via public issues, private placements of equity, or preferential shares, as well as unsecured debentures. Now, coming to the, while extending this applicability of banking laws, already applicable to commercial banks, to cooperatives bank as well, appropriate provisions have been kept keeping in view of the federal structure and democratic function of the cooperative, sir. No supersession of board without consulting the state government, sir. Where it is necessary in public or depositor interest to supersede a cooperative bank's board, under the proposed amended section 36 AAA is applicable to a cooperative bank, RBI would have first to consult the state government concerned. There is no such requirement in the case of corresponding action 36 ACA applicable to the commercial banks. When it comes to the farmers and cooperation sector person to remain eligible for being director, under this section 10A, which is proposed to be made applicable to cooperative banks, board of directors of cooperative banks shall consist of persons who have special knowledge or practical experience
in respect of one or more specified matters, as the matters specified include agriculture and rural economy and cooperation. This may not be in conflict with the state laws or the state bylaws. Flexibility to not apply requirements relating to banks directors, managing director, and part-time chairman. Additionally, under the new section 53A proposed to be made applicable to cooperative banks, RBI would have the flexibility to not apply provisions relating to directors having knowledge or experience in specified matters. Section 10A, RBI's previous approval for appointment of bank's part-time chairman or managing director, Section 10B and 35B respectively. And one more member, one vote, one member, one vote preserved while enabling raising of equity from non-members, sir. This is important, sir. State cooperative laws provide for equal voting rights for all the members. Based on the principle of one member, one vote, under Section 12, which is proposed to be made applicable to cooperative banks, while the cooperative bank may issue shares to any person within the area of operation, assignment of differential voting right to such persons has not been proposed, unlike the case of commercial banks where the voting rights are in proportion to shareholding. Thus, the democratic functioning of cooperative could be preserved while enabling them to raise capital from non-members as well, sir. So, my point here is, sir, this bill, by passing this bill, I am welcoming this bill. By passing this bill, the depositors' confidence is boosted, sir. And it will also prevent further scams and frauds and malpractices in the banking industry, sir. And there will be financial stability and banks under the supervision of RBI to strengthen the oversight of the lenders. So by doing this bill, by passing this bill, these achievements can be done. And I'll congratulate Honorable Prime Minister and the Finance Minister for bringing such a good bill so that this can be a booster for the confidence of the depositors where their deposited money can be saved. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sri Shivakumar. Next speaker, Dr. Sendil Kumar. Dr. Sendil Kumar. Dr. Sendil Kumar.
Sir, speaking
from Rajya Sabha chamber or from the government?
From Rajya Sabha.
Oh, please, please.
Vanakkam, Speaker, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on the Banking Regulation Amendment Act, Bill 2020. This bill proposes the urban cooperative and multi-state cooperative banks to be brought under the ambit of RBI and its regulations. So I would like to limit my speech to 2 points. One, that the Finance Minister, citing the reason that many cooperative banks have incurred losses, and that is one of the reasons for bringing it, and the other being the RBI having the power to control the chairman and reconstitute the bodies of the board of directors. So coming to the first point of incurring losses, so I would like to differ. I would like to give an example of Tamil Nadu, where we have 128 cooperative banks, which have been running very successfully, and only 9 of them have been reporting losses. And these 128 out of these, which have been making huge profits, have recorded a deposit of 7,000 crores. So this argument doesn't lie. And if by the Finance Minister's statement, citing that 277 banks, cooperative banks, are in losses, fine. If it is in losses, the main losses are due to the natural calamities, the famine, the drought, and so many other reasons which the government has to step in and to empower them. But this has not been seen done. And to take a good example, the 4 Dravidian states of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and the Kerala, and the state which upholds the principle of Dravidian, Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, have proven successful models in having these cooperative banks. Why doesn't the government take models from these and implement them? And also in the following in the cases, you see that in Tamil Nadu, where we have been leaders in education, healthcare, gross enrollment ratio, employment, and in so many other sectors, and especially to top it up in social empowerment. But a secret to the central government is, if you want to be leaders in any of these fields, it is better for you to follow the Dravidian model of methodologies of implementation these processes throughout India, which have been brought under the Dravidian regime in Tamil Nadu, especially under the great visionary leader, Dr. Karunanidhi. And it was during his tenure, Dr. Kalaignar, that the agriculture waiver loan of rupees 7,000 crores was waived off to the benefit of the agriculturists. And also it was during our party DMK leader, M.K. Stalin, that in my district, Dharmapuri, that self-empowerment of the women's group was first initiated, and it was successfully shown. And also, we have, regarding the cooperative banks, we have given an assurance of waiving of the agricultural loans, the jewel loans, the education loans, as and when we come to power with the cooperative banks. So now this will be seen as an infringement of the state rights. An infringement of the state rights has been constantly being seen by this government, coming and taking each and every aspect of it. And also, to say that the entry level 32 states that the cooperative banks lie under the purview of the state government, and the entry level of 42 of the union government also excludes this list from this. This can be challenged in court based upon these 2 points. And also saying that the states have the authority to regulate the banks under the registrar of cooperative banks. So that is the main reason, even when this Regulation Act was brought in 1965, it was excluded from the list. So the state has the power to incorporate a bank, to regulate a bank, and also to wind up the regulations of a cooperative bank. As far as the second part of empowering to nominate a chairman or to reconstitute the bodies, I would like to say that this government is undermining the process of democracy for a very, very long time. The RBI is already overloaded with so many other works, and strenuous work has been there. And now, in spite of the regulation of banks, if we are going to step in with the regulation of even the cooperative banks, there is going to be an overload of the RBI. And the incompetence of this government is seen in the lack of the interest in recovering the bad loans from the likes of Malayas and Modis, but to go after the agriculturists and to get back their loans. The appointments of a few serious doubts which brings into us like the recent UPSC government entry list, which have the successful candidates have come out. Out of the 129 candidates, the 476 candidates have been cleared from, they have studied from just one coaching center called the Samkalp Foundation, which has been affiliated to the RSS. So regulation of the independent bodies by officers bringing in from such foundations also raises a big doubt to us. And sir, a final word. The country is undergoing a very serious health crisis, and to top it with the economic crisis created by this government, now blaming the shortcomings of it on the COVID-19, and without applying rationalism, placing the burden by saying it's an act of God. I would like to give a warning to this House that this country has crossed 50 lakh cases by today. And mark my words, sir, when this session ends, this Parliament monsoon session ends, there will be 65 lakh cases registered of positive cases in India alone. And me being a doctor, I know that there are no more beds in any district, private government hospitals or private hospitals, government hospitals. So I would like to say that the worst is yet to come. The country is short of beds, oxygens, ventilators. We'll have to gear up, otherwise we are facing a very severe crisis. And I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Sri Saugata Rai ji.
I speak on the Banking Regulation Amendment Bill. This bill has been sometime in the coming. It was introduced in this House in March, and it's coming now. In the meantime, the government has enacted an ordinance, and we are also passing the ordinance. Sir, I support the contention of Mr. Senthil Kumar, where he mentioned the success of the South Indian cooperative banks, and where he said that this bill is an infringement on the state rights, where the register of cooperative banks is already there in the states. To appoint RBI as the total regulator is a wrong step. And he has also mentioned that RBI is overloaded. Sir, so the question arises as to why did the government bring this bill in a hurry? The main trigger was the collapse of the Punjab and Maharashtra Cooperative Bank. Large number of people who were depositors were put to difficulty, and the RBI imposed significant restrictions on withdrawal and suspended its business. Now these depositors of PMC Bank, they demonstrated before the finance minister when she went to Bombay. So she thought that I must do something, otherwise I'll face demonstrations whenever I go to Mumbai. So that was why the bill was brought in a hurry. Sir, the cooperative bank structure in this country is huge. We have almost 1,544 urban cooperative banks. We have 352 district central cooperative banks and 34 state central cooperative banks. The total deposits of all these banks together will be 5 lakh crore each. So altogether it is around 10 lakh crores. Now the government says that the urban ordinance seeks to protect the interest of depositors and strengthen cooperative banks by improving governance and oversight, by extending powers already available with RBI in respect of other banks to cooperative banks as well. It will provide sound banking regulation, ensure professionalism, and enable their access to capital. Now, sir, the main question is, the RBI has not been the most successful regulator. As Dr. Senthil Kumar pointed out, it is already overloaded. And the RBI failed to take preemptive action in the case of Yes Bank, where at one time the depositors were allowed to only withdraw 1,000 rupees. Now what happens with this bill is that the Banking Regulation Act will enjoy supremacy over cooperative banks. The power of RBI to remove management or draw up plans to merge dissolve cooperative banks will override the power of the state registrar of cooperatives. So, as has been said earlier, it is a clear infringement on the state's rights. Now, the other point is that now the cooperative banks will be allowed to issue shares, debentures, and other securities. This will allow cooperative banks to access financial markets. This will improve the equity of the banks. It's true. But what happens in a joint stock company is that people have voting rights according to their shareholding. But in a cooperative, one member means one share, one vote. So we are actually taking away the structure of the cooperatives which have been built. There have been some, I agree that there has been some bad apples among the cooperatives. And between 2013 and 18, 127 banks had to be shut down by the RBI. Most of them were unable to pay their depositors. 4 lakh depositors had to be reimbursed through the deposit insurance scheme. As you know, sir, the deposit insurance scheme covers depositors up to rupees 5 lakhs. So basically the concept of the bill is flawed. Just for one Punjab and Maharashtra cooperative bank, you don't take away the power of cooperatives. Also, you cannot shortcharge the cooperative banks which are functioning well and which have been built with a lot of sacrifice, hard work by their original promoter. The cooperative movement has been successful in Maharashtra, in Gujarat, and in South India. Actually, this government is hampering the cooperative movement. Lastly, I want to say that 3 main clauses are being amended. One is the clause 3, which keeps the primary agricultural cooperatives outside the purview of this act. I agree with that part. And then there is amendment to clause 45. Section 45, where cooperatives are allowed to issue shares and debentures. Also, they are amending section 54. So 56, that is part 5 of the bill. I do not think that such a bill was necessary. I do not think that the RBI has proved to be the best regulator in the country. I do not think that the power of the state cooperatives should be taken away. I still think that the government should try to encourage cooperatives and cooperative banking. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Sri Lal Sri Krishna.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Representing an agrarian dominant constituency of Narasarawpet in Andhra Pradesh, I have listened to thousands of stories who have, from all walks of people, from all walks of life, who have come forward and told us the benefits that they got because of cooperative banks. But the finance minister's speech and also the report that's been published by RBI in its 21st Financial Stability Report, it says that the capital risk advocacy ratio has declined with respect to these cooperative banks from 13.5% to 9.8%. And the examples also we have seen. One of the primary example everyone was mentioning here was the PMC Bank, where the depositors have affected really badly, wherein in September of 2019, we have capped the depositors who can withdraw the money at only at 1,000 rupees. It's a very sad situation. This has happened because of the poor performance, wherein their non-performing assets have doubled in almost doubled in just 1 year, and also because of bad management with respect to their auditors not actually doing the diligent work they're supposed to do. We have also seen numerous other banks, for example, Mapusa Bank and CKP Bank, whose licenses were cancelled by RBI because they couldn't furnish the details or furnish the enough details to prove that they can actually run the bank properly. With this in perspective, government wants to bring all urban and multi-state cooperative banks under the RBI. It wants to achieve better management, as Finance Minister was mentioning earlier. In case of management being deemed unfit, board of directors are not doing the job they are supposed to do, RBI can supersede them. In case of reconstruction and amalgamation of a bank, just like how we saw with PMC Bank, we don't have to cap the withdrawal limits. With this new with this new rule, we can actually encourage people to take out the money. And also, the third benefit that the bill provides is the higher capital they can actually raise through giving out equity and unsecured bonds as well. So we wholeheartedly, YSR Congress Party wholeheartedly welcomes this bill. We are in full support of this bill.
Going against the government, now you are starting to lick the government.
We are very much with this bill. But I also want to impress upon, while supporting this bill, I want to impress upon 3 important points. First one being, let's not make RBI as one-stop solution for every problem that is there.
Are you going against the government now?
Because we're trying to impress upon it, so it's a suggestion. So let's not make RBI one-stop solution for everything, every problem that is happening, because if you see the number of bad loans that are cropped up in the last financial, it almost gone up by almost 134%. It's almost amounts to 1.5 lakh crores.
RBI is bad.
It was under the watchful eyes of the RBI that has happened. And the second suggestion we can give is the preempt. Rather, we are always reacting and giving the reforms rather than preempting the reforms. We are actually waiting for something to go wrong, then come up with some law and try to react it. So let's preempt the reforms and make sure that banking reforms are taken at an appropriate time. And the third most important thing is RBI and PSB should learn. Yes, we are trying to regulate these cooperative banks, but cooperative banks have some advantages to the customers where they're very approachable, they're not rigid, and they have done extremely good service to the people. So I hope as we're supporting this bill, you take these points into consideration. And once again, sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sri Gajanan Kirtikar from Shiva Sena.
Thank you, Speaker. See, this opportunity to speak on this Banking Regulation Act. I support this bill on behalf of Shiva Sena Party because we are the most sufferer because of this scam in the PMC Bank. Fortunately, I was in the Reserve Bank for 25 years. In my Employees Credit Society, some 200 crores rupees have been deposited in PMC Bank. We have faced demonstration of the PMC Bank. There were suicides occurred of some depositors in Mumbai. So we were anxiously waiting from the Government of India, from the Finance Ministry, there should be stringent measures to be applicable to control the activity of the cooperative bank. There are 1,540 cooperative banks with a depositors base of 8.60 crores, having total saving of about rupees 5 lakhs crores. The bill amends the Banking Regulation Act 1949 as applicable to cooperative banks. The bill seeks to protect the interests of the depositors and strengthen cooperative banks by improving governance and oversight by extending powers already available with RBI in respect of the other banks, by ensuring professionalism, enabling the access to capital to cooperative banks. I welcome this bill, sir. The government has allowed cooperative bank to raise money by the way of public issue and private placement. This is a great step as this will increase their access to capital, which was limited until now. However, taking into account present scenario, it would be very difficult to raise capital from the market. Majority of the cooperative banks are not doing financially well. NPA percentage is high. This percentage may perhaps get increased if thorough inspection of their books will be done by the RBI. Hence, survival of the cooperative bank in the market is difficult, and it is not in public interest also. RBI to study carefully financial position of such banks who wants to approach market. This will be extra burden on RBI, I can understand, but anyhow, the RBI control is very much necessary. In my opinion, only those cooperative banks which are financially sound and well managed for subsequent 5 years to approach RBI for permission to enter into market. This bill may be amended suitably, or Finance Minister may take note of this. Also, I welcome that bill has given power to RBI to make a scheme for reconstruction or amalgamation without imposing moratorium, which has occurred in the scam of Yes Bank, but it was not provided in the cooperative banks, so that is why the PMC has skipped out of that clutch. I think it is advisable to restrict entry of new cooperative banks and explore possibility of merger of few big cooperative banks in line with commercial banks. This will reduce burden on RBI and strengthen cooperative sectors. I welcome the step taken towards suspension, supersession of Board of Directors, where it is in the public interest for RBI to supersede the board and to protect depositors. However, the bill adds that in case of a cooperative bank registered with the Registrar of Cooperative Societies of a state, the RBI will supersede the Board of Directors after consultation with the concerned state government. In my opinion, this will delay in the decision due to dual control. RBI should be given powers to deal in the situation independently. Also, the Act restricts cooperative banks from making loans or advances on the security of its own shares and debenture. I welcome it. However, the same can be considered as a collateral security for the loans and advances taken by the shareholders. The bill may be amended suitably. Further, it prohibits the grant of unsecured loan of or advances to the directors and to private companies where the bank's directors or chairman is got an interest in he has got an interested party. So I welcome the same. The Act also specifies conditions when unsecured loans or advances may be granted and specified the manner in which the loans may be reported to RBI. The bill states that every cooperative bank shall, before the close of the month succeeding, that to which the returns relates, submit to the Reserve Bank a returns in prescribed form and a manner showing all unsecured loan and advances granted by the company, granted it to the company in case other than those in which the cooperative banks is prohibited under subsection 1 to take such unsecured loan and advances in which any of its directors is interested as director of managing agent or guarantor. So finally, sir, though the Act is prohibited the grant of unsecured loan, there are several other ways of granting advances to the directors adopted by the cooperative banks. Hence, the reporting of all unsecured advances granted to the directors, their relatives, associates, firms and company to be reported to RBI. The bill may be amended accordingly. The bill retains a provision requiring a scheduled cooperative bank to maintain asset with a value not exceeding 40% of its total demand and time liabilities. Within India, I welcome this. In view of the bill, the urban and multi-state cooperative banks, and from being governed by the respective Cooperative Society Act of the concerned state, will additionally come within the jurisdiction of RBI. This appears to be parallel or a overlapping jurisdiction, and there is no identified dichotomy in their respective jurisdiction. However, the bill is welcomeable. I welcome and requisite measures to be secured the interests of the depositors. Thank you very much, sir.
श्री आलोक कुमार सुमन जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदया। मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने मुझे द बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन अमेंडमेंट बिल 2020 पर अपनी बात रखने का मौका दिया। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं, द बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट को 1949 में देश में इनेक्ट किया गया था ताकि हम सब बैंकों के नियम को मजबूत और विस्तार कर सकें। इस एक्ट के पार्ट 5 में यह प्रावधान है कि कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स को भी हम नियमानुसार सेक्शन 56 के तहत कुछ फेरबदल कर सकते हैं। बैंकिंग क्षेत्र में विकास और समय के साथ बदलाव को ध्यान में रखते हुए आज आवश्यक हो गया है कि इस एक्ट में जो भी प्रोविजंस कोऑपरेटिव बैंक से संबंधित है उसको और मजबूती से लागू किया जाए। इस बिल में यह व्यवस्था है कि कोऑपरेटिव बैंक के कार्य में ऐसी व्यवस्था हो जिससे कि जमाकर्ताओं के हितों की रक्षा हो, बेहतर विकास हो और सारे बैंकों के साथ साथ कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स का भी विकास का स्तर बना रहे। इस बिल में यह प्रावधान है कि रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के माध्यम से कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स में प्रोफेशनलिज्म, कैपिटल मुहैया, गवर्नेंस और साउंड बैंकिंग की व्यवस्था लाई जाए। महोदय, द बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन अमेंडमेंट बिल 2020 इंटर आलिया provides to amend section 3 so as to make the provision of the said act not applicable to a primary agricultural credit society, that is PACS। देश में कोऑपरेटिव बैंक को दो कैटेगरीज में बांटा गया है, एक अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक, दूसरा रूरल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक। रूरल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स में स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स और डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स हैं। रिजर्व बैंक के डाटा 2019 के अनुसार आज पूरे देश में अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स की संख्या 1544 है। इसी प्रकार नाबार्ड के डाटा 2019 के अनुसार स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक और डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक की संख्या क्रमशः 34 और 363 है। आरबीआई के डाटा मार्च 2019 के अनुसार अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स में 4,84,355.85 करोड़ रुपए जमा राशि है और नाबार्ड में कुल जमा राशि 5,05,859.16 करोड़ रुपए है। अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक में 3.5% से 4% तक सेविंग बैंक अकाउंट्स पर तथा 4% से 7.25% तक टर्म डिपॉजिट पर इंटरेस्ट देते हैं। वर्ष 2019 के अनुसार 34 स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स में से 30 कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स लाभ में चल रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार 363 डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स में से 303 बैंक लाभ में चल रहे हैं। पूरे देश में 3 स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक और 60 डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक घाटे में है। महोदय, पैक्स न केवल किसानों की ऋण जरूरतों को पूरा करने बल्कि उनकी ऋण आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करने के लिए वन स्टॉप शॉप इकाई के रूप में विकसित करने का प्रयास किया गया है। इसके साथ नाबार्ड देश भर में पैक्स की बहु सेवा केंद्रों में विकसित करने के लिए इन्हें वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान कर रहा है। महोदय, हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी पैक्स का विस्तार करने के लिए हर तरह के उपाय किए हैं ताकि ग्रामीण किसान भाइयों को अधिक से अधिक लाभ मिल सके। नए पैक्स बनाए गए, समय से इनका चुनाव हुआ जिसके कारण पैक्स मेंबर्स की संख्या बढ़ी और यह सोसाइटी किसानों के फसल के उत्पादन में लाभप्रद साबित हुई तथा रख रखाव सही से हुआ। पैक्स को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने 17 जिले में 22 कोऑपरेटिव बिल्डिंग्स बनवाने के लिए 56.35 करोड़ रुपए अलॉट किए हैं। इसके अलावा बिहार सरकार हर पैक्स को 15 लाख रुपए कृषि उपकरण के लिए अलॉट किए हैं, जिसमें 10 लाख भारत सरकार का और 5 लाख राज्य सरकार का है। महोदय, मेरा संसदीय क्षेत्र गोपालगंज एक कृषि प्रमुख जिला है। यहाँ और आसपास के जिलों में गन्ना की खेती बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। संसदीय क्षेत्र में मेरे 4 चीनी मिलों में से 2 चीनी मिल चालू हालत में है और 2 बंद पड़ी हुई है। अगर सरकार CSR फंड का कुछ हिस्सा बंद पड़े चीनी मिल को देती है और साथ साथ इथेनॉल के उत्पादन की व्यवस्था करती है तो इससे लाखों किसान भाइयों एवं युवाओं को रोजगार मिलेगा। महोदय, मैं इसी के साथ द बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन अमेंडमेंट बिल का समर्थन करते हुए अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
मिश्रा जी।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, the obvious lacunae in the regulation of cooperative banks came to the fore with the collapse, or rather egregious collapse, may I add, of the PMC Bank in Maharashtra. The investigations into the PMC scam have shown the grossest possible financial mismanagement and obviously complete breakdown of internal control mechanisms. Violating all banking norms, the PMC had 73% loan exposure to simply one entity, which was masked through 21,000 fictitious accounts until a whistleblower blew the whistle. The Honorable Finance Minister, in her speech of the 2020 budget speech, said that she is soon going to bring an act to strengthen and professionalize cooperative banks, basically in order to protect the interests of depositors and to strengthen cooperative banks by improving governance and oversight, which is sorely and long overdue. The idea is for allowing the RBI to initiate reconstruction or amalgamation of a bank without an order of moratorium. So therefore, the ordinance and the now current bill obviously seeks to avoid any disruption of the financial system. This cleanup of the cooperative bank space is obviously very welcome, and my party heartily supports the Honorable Finance Minister in her endeavor. The fact that the RBI managed to, within 13 days, get the Yes Bank moratorium out of the way and release funds, particularly, we are particularly happy because the Sri Jagannath Puri Temple Trust had in fact invested some monies in the Yes Bank, and that money was immediately returned, and therefore much reviled as the RBI is, I must compliment the RBI for what it did in the Yes Bank case, and we are grateful to the RBI and the Finance Minister indeed for the very prompt action that they have taken, which is of course in stark contradistinction to what has happened in the PMC Bank, where after so many months the moratorium continues. And I have done this before. I will once again beseech the Honorable Finance Minister to take certain proactive steps that I'm sure she can, as advised both by law and by the powers that be, to ameliorate some of the grievances of these PMC Bank depositors who are in dire straits. Number of suicides have happened, and it's one of the saddest episodes and chapters in modern Indian history. So therefore, I once again urge you to kindly take proactive steps to ensure some immediate relief for the PMC account holders. While supporting this bill, there are a couple of issues that require consideration, and therefore I'd like to flag those before the Honorable Finance Minister. As per the RBI's Trends and Progress in Banking report, 1,544 urban cooperative banks account for a very, very, very minuscule 1.6% out of the 97,792 cooperative banks. So, in fact, 96,248 rural cooperative banks account for almost 65% of the assets of cooperatives, which are, of course, controlled by the respective state governments' legislation. So, therefore, the RBI control here, which is being sought to be brought about, will be gaining control over a very small fraction of cooperative banks. I understand the Finance Minister's dilemma in this matter. I'm mindful of the fact that certain issues have been flagged with regard to the federal structure. Entry 32 of List 2 clearly says that the cooperative societies would be governed by the state list, while entry 45 of List 1 governs banking. So therefore, there has always been this sort of duality of control. Unfortunately, this duality of control seems to also obtain even under the new regime, because this is going to be one of the regulatory issues that will come up, and it needs to be clarified by the Honorable Finance Minister as to what role the state government's registrar of cooperative societies will play once this bill is passed, and whether there will be any overlap in regulation with the RBI, as that will create even greater problems, I guess. The other issue, of course, is the cooperative banks were really catered for local needs, and the personal connect is a key characteristic of their mode of operation. So therefore, centralization of power with the RBI now, particularly with regard to management decisions, may obstruct this key characteristic of personal connect, and how the Honorable Finance Minister wishes to go forward in this matter is something that may be of some consideration. Be that as it may, it's a welcome first step, Honorable Chairperson, and therefore I commend the Honorable Finance Minister for having been proactive in this matter, for having brought this. Let's not raise the bogey of why an ordinance was necessary. I believe when it was not certain at all as to when Parliament would be able to meet in the near future, an ordinance therefore was necessary. If ever an ordinance under 123 was needed, I think this was one of those cases. So therefore, the Congress party flagging the issue of why an ordinance was brought about, I think is needless criticism. I thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson ma'am, for allowing me to speak on Banking Regulation Amendment Ordinance 2020. The Banking Regulation Act 1949 is the primary law that regulates the banks in India. However,
The banking sector in India has witnessed multiple large-scale frauds, many of which have arisen as a result of governance issues within the banks. The Banking Regulation Amendment Ordinance was accordingly promulgated on 26 June 2020 in pursuance of the commitment of Government of India to ensure safety of depositors across the bank. Our party BSP and our National President Behan Kumari Mayawati ji welcomed this bill with few suggestions. The amendment made in this ordinance is a welcome step in ensuring great transparency and better governance of the cooperative banks. But by putting such cooperative banks under complete supervision of RBI creates a potential risk of misuse of such powers by the RBI and the central government. The management of cooperative bank has traditionally been domain of local members of state government. Now, the RBI would have all the powers to take control over the management of these banks, which will cause conflicts between RBI and the state government for political issues. The bill raises question of cross-holding depositors within these cooperative banks in some states. Cooperative banks typically hold deposits for other credit societies and also housing societies, as local law mandate that the societies compulsory keep their deposit with such banks. In spite of such crisis, the bill only tackles regulation of paid-up share capital and securities by cooperative bank and do not address the issue of cross-holding of deposit, which is one of the structural problems with the cooperative bank. Lastly, the government should look into converting these cooperative banks to small finance bank to effectively regulate the institution and increase the bank reach to small depositors in the rural and semi-rural areas. I would request the government to consider my proposed suggestion. I welcome the bill. Thank you.
Shri Prabhakar Reddy ji.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to the House today on the very important banking subject, Madam. As the House is aware, banks play an important role and it is part of our life. As the House is aware, banks plays in future there is need to set up more banks, financial institutions, including corporate banks in rural areas also, to meet the various demands for the people from the agriculture business to meet the financial inclusions. In the past, our country has great bank track records, but nowadays is the since the general public have lost confidence among the banks due to the policies adopted by the government. There is need to restore the confidence of the general public on the banks. As the House is aware, the banks are the backbone of the development in the various sectors and the overall growth of the nation, from the industries to the employment, and the provide the invaluable. Providing more power of the RBI regulating cooperative banks in the welcome steps to the backdrop of Punjab, Maharashtra cooperative banks, scam, yes banks, scam and other banks, bad experiences. There is need to bring cooperative banks and the non-banking financial institutions also on par with the developments in the banking sector through better management and the proper regulation of the cooperative banks to ensure that affairs the cooperative banks have conducted the manner that protects the interest of the depositors of the strengthen the nation economy also. Another major serious problem of the cooperative credit bank is the overdue loans of the cooperative banks, which have been continuously increasing of the years, which is not corrected. Large amounts of overdues restrict the recycling of the funds and the adversely affected in the lending and borrowing capacity of the banks. It is better if RBI can supersede consolations with the state government if any cooperative banks in under stress. Need to strengthen the cooperative banks by the increasing
professionalization, in balancing excess capital, improving the governance and the ensuring sound banking through the Reserve Bank of India. Audit all banks may be made from time to time. With these few words, would be like to conclude my speech. We are supporting the bill, madam.
धन्यवाद। चलिए श्री बेनी बहनन जी।
I totally oppose the bill. While introducing the bill, the Honorable Finance Minister explained that this bill is for the betterment of the depositors and to strengthen the rural economy. But actually, this bill is totally against the depositors and it will destroy the rural credit system. The bill is against the provision of Indian Constitution. Either to the cooperative society and the cooperative banks in each state was registered and managed by the state laws. RBI appointed a committee in 1951 to study about the cooperative movement under the chairmanship of A.D. Gorwala. The committee submitted a report in 1951 with a conclusion: cooperation has failed in India, but it must succeed. The report is called the Magna Carta of the cooperative sectors, which makes a structural change in the cooperative society history of India. Cooperative all over the world functioning on a set of principles of promulgated by the International Cooperative Alliance. Democratic member control and autonomy and independence are the two cardinal principles of them. As per the proposed amendment, RBI will supervise all the cooperative banks, whether it is primary, urban, districts, central or apex. RBI was superseded the elected board of directors and appoint chairman to the board of directors. This bill shows government interference against democracy and violates the cooperative principle. Cooperative societies all over the world are found to obey cooperative principles and ensure the democratic management. As per the Monrega-Chelmsford administration reforms of 1990, cooperation has become a state subject. That means each state can prepare their own laws for the administration of the cooperatives of the state. As per the proposed amendment, UPA government recommended a uniform law for all states in the country. The Parliament has passed a model law and sent to approval by the respective state government. After making amendments, if any, as corporation is a state subject, the central government has no such power to insist a common law for the whole country. As the economic, social, educational, cultural policy of each state is entirely different from one another, it is particularly impossible to implement a common law throughout the country. The central government could administrate and manage only multi-state cooperative society organization formed by the Multi-State Cooperative Society Act. Through the proposed amendment, the central government is trespassing into the powers of the state government and the autonomy and the independence of the cooperatives in state. So the amendment is against the federal system. Up to 1981, the rural credit facility of the country was managed by the Department of Reserve Bank by the name ARDC. Then, to strengthen the agriculture and rural credit structure of the country, NABARD was formed. NABARD was managing and controlling the rural credit structure, especially the cooperative banks, but a reversal action is seen by the centralizing the entire credit and banking activities under the cooperative sector in the RBI. Is the government of opinion that the NABARD is not managing in the credit structure properly? Then why RBI is stepping into the shoe of the NABARD? Sir, cooperative institutions in our country are the backbone of the Indian rural economy. As commercial banks are reluctant to provide adequate credit to rural people, the credit requirements are met by the cooperative society. NABARD is the national level refinancing agency of rural credits. Until 1982, it was performed by NARDEC, but when the RBI take over the entire credit and banking activity under the cooperative sector, NABARD has no role to play. Then why there is an institution called NABARD? Amendment Bill Section 3 determined to the interest of all primary cooperative banks of Kerala state. In our state, primary service cooperative society is doing banking business under the direct control of the state and district and state cooperative banks. That system is functioning successfully to the last so many years. It is the backbone of the rural economy of the state. The entire rural public and farming community is benefited by the primary service cooperative banks. through the proposed amendment, they can't use the name bank, banker or banking. Sir, why you are killing the successful institution which is functioning well in our state? Amendment 12(1) to make public issue of shares and private placement of is against the very cooperative principle. A loanee is taking loan from a cooperative society will have to keep a small percentage of the loan amount in the society, which is called share linking. That is the equity of the institution. After closing the loan, the member is entitled to withdraw his shares as per the condition imposed by the state government. Sir, no, please, I am the first man in Congress party. But now, through the amendment, told to shareholder is prevented from withdrawing his share in a society. What is the justification for the amendment? A scheme of moratorium, rescheduling or restructuring of loan in the prerogative of the respective institution under the direction of the state government. But now the central government is aspiring to the powers of the state government, the power to declare moratorium of any kind of waiver is to be vested with the authority of the state government. It is pertinent to note that even after repeated requests to the apex court, government has not informed its opinion regarding the payment of interest and the compound interest of the deferred amount under the moratorium. Sir, the object of the cooperative movement is uplift of the poor. The members are the supreme authority of the cooperative society. The bill says the RBI is the supreme authority. Sir, I am concluding. This bill destroys the cooperative spirit and cooperative sector. This is against the democracy and the cooperative principle and against the view of the International Cooperative Alliance. But before concluding, I quote what Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. According to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the idea of cooperation is something much more than merely an efficient and economic way of doing things. It is economic, it is fair, it equalizes and prevents disparities from growing. But it is something ever deeper than really a way of life. Don't destroy the concept of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. I oppose the bill. I request the Honorable Finance Minister, please withdraw the bill. Thank you.
Shri Tejasvi Surya ji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I speak in support of this bill introduced by the Honorable Finance Minister. Today, this House is addressing an issue of eminent importance that will positively impact the lives of more than 20 crore depositors of urban cooperative banks, district central cooperative banks, and state cooperative banks, whose lives and life savings were under jeopardy because of a regulatory twilight zone. That cooperative banks are in a precarious state owing primarily to unprofessional management and non-compliance with modern banking practices is beyond dispute. When these banks crumble under their own weight, helpless depositors are left to fend for themselves without much effective legal redress. We have seen how in the recent past, thousands of depositors, primarily from modest middle-class backgrounds and lower middle-class backgrounds, have been defrauded. The PMC Bank case in Mumbai and the Sri Guru Raghavendra Cooperative Bank case in my own constituency of Bangalore is a case in point. This is a result of proper lack of regulatory oversight by cooperative banks by the RBI. For all these years, despite cooperative banks performing solely banking functions, they were not fully accountable to the RBI. However, strangely, the opposition does not seem to be keen on cleaning up the mess in this sector. And their opposition to these reforms stands on shaky and spacious grounds. The first opposition is on the ground that this parliament lacks legislative competence to enact this bill and that this is against a federal structure. The argument does not hold water for the following reasons. Madam, the third proviso to Article 243 ZL Clause 1 states that provisions of the Banking Regulation Act 1949 apply squarely to all cooperative banks. Speaking on this, the Constitutional Bench of the Supreme Court in many judgments, the latest being the constitutional judgment in Panduranga Ganapati Chaugule versus Vishwas Rao Patil, as recently as May 2020, stated that the constitutional provision itself makes a distinction between a cooperative bank and other cooperative societies and applied the law enacted under entry 45 of list 1 of the 7th schedule to the cooperative banks. It thereby set at rest all controversy concerning the applicability of the BR Act 1949 to banks run by cooperative societies. It also made it clear that such banks are governed under entry 45 list 1 of the 7th schedule. Madam, the proposed bill only refers to such societies which are solely performing banking functions, and it is to be noted that incorporation powers are still with the state registrars, and therefore it requires the scheme envisioned by the Supreme Court. It is also pertinent to note that just like how banking companies are registered under the Companies Act, but are governed under the BR Act, the cooperative societies performing solely banking functions will be incorporated under the respective states' Cooperative Societies Act, but will be governed in their banking functions and connected management functions by the BR Act. Therefore, this area of law is no more res integra, and I would want to urge the members of the opposition, many of whom are learned lawyers, to appreciate the Supreme Court's reasoning on this. Madam, the second ground of attack is that the proposed amendment debilitates the cooperative banks and dilutes their fundamental cooperative features. But we must first understand how cooperative banks are different from other cooperative societies which are not involved in banking. Cooperative banks are strictly not cooperative in nature, as they mobilize funds not only from among their members but also from the general public. This is not the case with other cooperative societies. This is the reason why cooperative banks are barred from performing non-banking functions. Also, cooperative banks are controlled by shareholders who are also members of the society. But depositors are not always members of the society. Therefore, a non-member depositor is not permitted to participate in the decision-making or borrow his money, although it is his funds that are at stake. This places cooperative banks in a class different from that of other cooperative societies. This is the reason why all cooperative banks repeatedly has been held that must come under the supervision of the RBI. All these years, madam, the biggest problem before the cooperative banks and their administration was the problem of dual control. While urban cooperative banks came under state RCS and the RBI, district central cooperative banks came under the NABARD and the RCS. The Madhav Rao Committee of UCBs in 1999 had highlighted the problems of this dual control regime, and I would want to quote few lines from the report. It said, "Perhaps the most significant factor which adversely affects the performance of urban cooperative banks and prevents timely and adequate remedial action to prevent sickness is the dual control over the urban cooperative banking sector. The committee is convinced that unless the dual control is replaced by unitary control, it will not be possible for a healthy urban cooperative banking sector to subsist. This unitary control must recognize that whereas the cooperative character of UCBs may be controlled by the Registrar of Cooperative Societies, its banking functions must necessarily be under the control of the sole control of the RBI. This precisely is what these amendments propose to do. In that regard, madam, in 1999, the Madhav Rao Committee had made recommendations that the BR Act must be amended. Sadly, for all these years, these were not done. And to even do these, bring these monumental reforms, it took a Narendra Modi government in office. From the perspective of the depositor, madam, a bank is a repository of trust. The moment a financial institution uses the word bank, the depositor presumes that it is supervised and guided by the RBI, and therefore his deposits are safe. He does not understand, nor does he know, that multiple legislations cover the field of banking and cooperative banks. This dual control regime therefore placed depositors of different banks on different pedestals, which created a peculiar practical as well as a constitutional problem. Nothing highlights this anomaly better than the recent redressal of the Yes Bank by the timely intervention of the central government, the finance minister, and the RBI, by facilitating speedy reconstruction of the Yes Bank, while depositors of both PMC Bank as well as the Guru Raghavendra Bank continue to be in distress because of the moratorium placed on the respective banks even to this day. This was because the law, that is the BR Act, permitted the RBI to restructure and reconstruct banking companies while not allowing for the same in respect of cooperative banks. This was a gross violation of the fundamental right to equality of depositors. I must thank the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharamanji, for bringing this issue to a closure, because very recently she had met with the depositors of Guru Raghavendra Bank in Bangalore and had assured all of them that appropriate legislative measures would be taken immediately to address this big legal anomaly. Madam, it is also pertinent to note that the amendment to Section 45 of the BR Act will henceforth allow reconstruction of banks without the imposition of a moratorium, thereby avoiding disruptions and panic in the financial system. Madam, it was appalling, rather surprising, that few learned members from the opposition said that law and legislation must not apply to the cooperative banks and that they must be let alone, that there must be no law that must apply and regulate their functions. Madam, banking is a very sensitive issue, and this is a space which cannot be let to have any statutory vacuum. Even ancient civilizational India was aware of this necessity and had framed appropriate rules in the Dharma Shastras. I would want to quote only one sentence from the Manusmriti. In the Manusmriti, a few thousand years ago, the lawgivers then had envisaged, Yo nikshepam narpayati yascha anikshipya yachate tavubhav choravat shasyau dapyava tat samam damam. This means a borrower who does not repay his loan and a banker who does not repay a depositor, both are thieves and must be punished. Therefore, madam, even since long, the importance of regulation on banking matters was stressed. However, in respect of cooperative banks, because of non-implementation of RBI suggestions, resulted in a clique of persons controlling cooperative banks in different states, resulting in huge losses to depositors and therefore consequent loss of the common man in the banking system. Let me just give one small example, madam, before I conclude. The half of the deposits of the PMC bank is alleged to have been borrowed by the chairman of the bank. In the case of the Guru Raghavendra Bank, only 27 borrowers have borrowed upwards of 927 crores and have contributed to more than 70% of the total NPAs. The reforms that are today proposed will put an end to the conflict of interest of the promoters and usher in modernity, professionalism, and progressive banking practices in the cooperative sector. Madam, the most other important aspect of reform that is being proposed is the auditing of the cooperative banks. Cooperative banks have often been found to cook books to suppress their maladministration. Even the creation of fake deposits, evergreening of NPAs, fictitious loan creations, and false profit and loss statements are found at the time of emergence of scams. Madam, again in the instant case of the Raghavendra Bank, it had paid an excess of 70 crores as income tax by presenting false profit and loss statements, even when the bank was suffering real losses. Madam, it is also important to note that the instant reforms are addressing one other pressing problem of cooperative banks, that is the difficulty of raising capital. Madam, in case of companies and commercial banks, capital can be transferred from one person to another, but is not refunded to the shareholder. But in a cooperative society, capital is refunded to a member if he or she so demands. Also, because there is no scope for appreciation in the value of share capital of a cooperative bank, mobilization of capital is a problem. Therefore, these reforms propose suitable provisions to make additional avenues to cooperative banks to raise additional capital. At the same time, it must be appreciated that the new avenues for raising capital are provided without compromising on the fundamental cooperative principle of one member and one note. Madam, I would want to say in conclusion that even the provisions related to the removal of the board of a cooperative bank has been made mandatory with a consultation with the state government. This is in line with the constitutional principle of cooperative federalism. Contrary to the arguments that the opposition is making, these reforms will not only strengthen the cooperative banks across the country, but will also revive confidence of the small depositor, the micro business owner in the formal banking system, as in many cases, it is the local cooperative bank that is the face of banking system in India. our government, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has always strived to protect the interests of the most vulnerable section of the society. These reforms today, madam, which are historic in nature, will help the state strive towards achieving Mahatma Gandhi's goal of enabling and empowering the weakest of the weak and the poorest of the poor. I thank Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman for bringing this very important bill. Thank you so much for the opportunity, madam.
श्री सुनील तटकरे जी.
सहकार क्षेत्रांतील बँकांच्या नियमनाच्या बद्दल केंद्र सरकारने काढलेल्या 2020च्या अध्यादेशावरती माझ्या पक्षाच्या वतीने या ठिकाणी विचार मांडतो आहे. सहकार चळवळीच्या माध्यमातून या देशाला दिशा देण्याचं काम महाराष्ट्राने केलं. स्वर्गीय धनंजयराव गाडगीळ, स्वर्गीय यशवंतरावजी चव्हाण, स्वर्गीय वसंतदादा पाटील या देशाचे जाणकार नेते आदरणीय पवारसाहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखालच्या सहकार चळवळीने या देशामधल्या कृषी औद्योगिक रचनेचा पाया किती उत्तम पद्धतीने रचला हे अनेक वेळा अनेक वर्षे त्या ठिकाणी निश्चितपणाने अनुभवलं. कालच कृषी उत्पन्न बाजार समितीच्या वतीमध्ये चर्चा या ठिकाणी झाली. आमचे मित्र रावसाहेब दानवे यांनी काल सांगत असतानाच भारताने या कृषी क्षेत्रामध्ये नेत्रदीपक प्रगती केली अशा पैसा उल्लेख त्या ठिकाणी केला. पण ही प्रगती कृषी मालाच्या उत्पादनामध्ये गेल्या वर्षभरात 5 वर्षात झालेली नाही. 2004 ते 2014 या कालावधीमध्ये देशाचे नेते आदरणीय पवारसाहेब या कृषी खात्याचे मंत्री असताना त्यांनी घेतलेल्या निर्णयामुळे आयात आणि निर्यातीच्या क्षेत्रामध्ये बांधलेल्या काही उद्दिष्टांच्यामुळे या देशातलं कृषी मालाचं उत्पादन मोठ्या प्रमाणावरती वाढलं. हे एका बाजूला वाढत असताना सहकार चळवळीतल्या बँकांनी त्याला योगदान खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणावरती दिलं. महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जिल्हा मध्यवर्ती बँका स्थापन करण्याचा निर्णय झाला. राज्य सहकारी बँक त्या ठिकाणी स्थापन झाली. आज या ठिकाणी अध्यक्ष महोदय या ठिकाणी अतिशय आवर्जून सांगतोय की पुणे जिल्हा मध्यवर्ती सहकारी बँक असेल, सातारा जिल्हा मध्यवर्ती सहकारी बँक असेल, पवारसाहेबांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली चालणाऱ्या बँकांमध्ये आज 0% दराने शेतकऱ्यांना कर्ज त्या ठिकाणी दिलं जातं. खरीपाच्या पिकासाठी लाखो शेतकऱ्यांना हजारो कोटी रुपयाचं आज कर्ज देणारी ह्या बँका आज महाराष्ट्रातलं नव्हे तर देशातल्या या सहकार चळवळीतल्या आणि कृषी क्षेत्रातल्या गाभा त्या ठिकाणी बनलेल्या आहेत. अशा वेळेला काही गोष्टी घडल्या असतील त्याच्याबद्दल नियमन करण्याचा प्रयत्न त्या ठिकाणी झाला. परंतु यापूर्वी सुद्धा रिझर्व्ह बँकेने त्या वेळच्या केंद्र सरकारने सुद्धा या बाबतीमध्ये काहीतरी भूमिका त्या ठिकाणी घेतली. ठेवीदारांच्या बरोबरीच आज एकत्रीकरणाची प्रक्रिया सुलभ व्हावी म्हणून अशा पैकी तरतुदी अध्यादेशामध्ये या ठिकाणी करण्यामध्ये आली. रिझर्व्ह बँकेने या ठिकाणी अधिकार त्या ठिकाणी घेतले जात असतानाच सहकार चळवळीमध्ये जे काही चांगलं काम चाललेलं आहे या संदर्भामध्ये सुद्धा योग्य ती भूमिका पुढच्या कालावधीमध्ये घेतली जाईल असा विश्वास या निमित्ताने वाटतो आहे. परंतु यामध्ये जर का आपण पाहिलं तर जो काही अध्यादेश या ठिकाणी काढला गेला आहे 97वी जी काही घटना दुरुस्ती केली गेली त्या घटनेचा पार्ट 5 मध्ये आर्टिकल 43A नंतर आर्टिकल 43B समाविष्ट करण्यात आलं. ते खालीलप्रमाणे आहे. द स्टेट शॅल एंडेवर टू प्रमोट व्हॉलंटरी फॉर्मेशन, ऑटोनॉमस फंक्शनिंग, डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्रोल अँड प्रोफेशनल मॅनेजमेंट ऑफ कोऑपरेटिव्ह सोसायटीज अशी तरतूद त्या कालावधीमध्ये केली गेली होती. प्रत्येक सहकारी संस्थेमध्ये डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्रोल असणं अपेक्षित आहे. बँकिंग रेग्युलेशन अमेंडमेंट ऑर्डिनन्स 2020च्या तरतुदीनुसार एखाद्या सहकारी बँकेवरती बँकेची सभासद नसलेली व्यक्ती सुद्धा अध्यक्ष त्या ठिकाणी नेमली जाऊ शकते. ही आर्टिकल 43B या लोकशाही नियंत्रण डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्रोल या तरतुदीशी पूर्णपणे विसंगत व घटनाबाह्य या ठिकाणी आहे हे मला या ठिकाणी सांगायचं आहे. याचबरोबर ज्यांच्या सहकार्यातून या मध्यवर्ती बँका त्या कालावधीमध्ये उभ्या राहिल्या त्यांचं सुद्धा जे काय भागभांडवल आहे ते परत न देण्याची भूमिका या अध्यादेशामध्ये अध्यक्ष महोदय या ठिकाणी घेतली गेलेली आहे. कारण या संबंध माध्यमातूनच ज्यावेळेला या बँका उभा राहतात, कृषी क्षेत्राला चालना देण्याचा प्रयत्न करतात, PCB सारखी एखादी बँक ज्या ठिकाणी घोटाळे मोठ्या प्रमाणावर झाले या दृष्टिकोनातूनच केंद्र सरकारने या ठिकाणी पावलं उचलली. आम्हाला या गोष्टीचं स्वागत नक्की त्या ठिकाणी वाटतंय. परंतु रिझर्व्ह बँकेकडे अधिकाराचं केंद्रीकरण करत असतानाच चांगल्या बँका ज्या ठिकाणी उत्तम पद्धतीने काम करतायत याच्याकडे जर का राजकीय दृष्टीने जर का बघण्याचा प्रयत्न केला गेला तर ज्या कारणासाठी हे अध्यादेश या ठिकाणी काढण्यात आलेला आहे याच्याशी विसंगत भूमिका घेण्याची शक्यता सुद्धा नाकारता येऊ शकत नाही. आज केंद्रीय अर्थमंत्री महोदयांना मी विनंती करू इच्छितोय की माझ्या रायगड जिल्ह्यातील पेंट कोऑपरेटिव्ह बँक जी 1935 साली स्थापना झाली त्या बँकेला 1986 साली परवाना मिळाला. ज्या बँकेमध्ये 613 कोटी रुपयाचं डिपॉझिट त्या ठिकाणी आहे, वसुली 178 कोटी त्या ठिकाणी झालेली आहे, त्या बँकेवरती गेले अनेक वर्ष प्रशासक त्या ठिकाणी बसलेले आहे.
या बँकेची हजारो कोटी रुपयाची मालमत्ता एका बाजूला आहे. अर्थमंत्री महोदयांना मी विनंती करीन की पेण नागरी सहकारी बँकेचं विलिनीकरण एका सशक्त बँकेमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी केलं जावं. एका बाजूला 613 कोटी रुपयाचं डिपॉझिट त्या ठिकाणी आहे. 1 लाख लोकांच्या 1 लाख पर्यंत 1,54,528 ठेवीदार त्या ठिकाणी आहेत. 1 लाखाच्या वरती 14,933 म्हणजे 15,000 डिपॉझिट त्या ठिकाणी आहेत. या सर्वांच्या 613 कोटी रुपयाच्या डिपॉझिटचं संरक्षण जर काही करत असेल तर पेण नागरी सहकारी बँकेचं विलिनीकरण एखाद्या सशक्त बँकेमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी केलं जावं. एखादा नवा अध्यादेश काढल्याच्या नंतर महाराष्ट्रासारख्या प्रगत आणि पुरोगामी राज्याची अपेक्षा त्यानिमित्त राहील की एखाद्या बँकेचं विलिनीकरण करत त्या ठिकाणच्या ठेवीदारांचं हिताचं संरक्षण करण्याची कामगिरी जर का केंद्रीय अंतर्मंत्र्यांच्या माध्यमातून केली गेली तर त्याचं स्वागत आम्ही नक्की त्या ठिकाणी करू. मला विचार मांडण्याची संधी दिल्याबद्दल आपले आभार. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
श्री GS कौन जी नहीं है. श्रीमती नुसरत जहां रूही.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, madam. We are clearly opposing the bill. With regards to amendment of section 12 by inserting section 12 subsection 1, we would like to say that these provisions go against the tenets of cooperative movement and cooperative societies registered under the West Bengal Cooperative Societies Act 2006 as amended. Raising of shares by way of public issue or private placement is not provided for in the West Bengal Cooperative Societies Act 2006. It is a corporate concept where ownership is determined by the number of shares held. WBCS Act 2006 provides for one member, one vote. There is also a prescribed ceiling on holding of shares under the West Bengal Cooperative Societies Act. Moreover, there is no provision for issuing unsecured debentures by the cooperative societies in the WCS Act. Also, as per WCS Act, bonds cannot be issued without the prior approval of the state government. But this banking regulation ordinance provides for public issue or private placement of bonds. Therefore, it takes away the rights of the state government. Secondly, with regards, Madam, to the amendment of section 12, by inserting section 12, subsection 2, Roman 1, and 12, subsection 2, Roman 2, the inserted section 12, subsection 2, Roman 1 states that no person shall be entitled to demand payment towards surrender of shares issued to him by a cooperative bank. As per inserted section 12, subsection 2, Roman 2, a cooperative bank shall not withdraw or reduce its share capital to the extent and subject to such conditions as RBI may specify. Our views on this is the privileges of the members may be compromised. Moreover, the redemption of shares to state government will not be possible either. Thus, inter alia, the state cannot subscribe to a cooperative bank's share capital. On the other hand, section 12, subsection 2, Roman 2 imposes more restrictions on the freedom of cooperative banks. Lastly, the amendment of section 56 by inserting subsection 56A4 and 56A5. As per this inserted provision, 56A4 references to the provisions of the Companies Act 1956, except in Part 3 and Part 3A, shall be construed as references to the corresponding provisions, if any, of the law under which the cooperative bank is registered. As per this inserted provision, 56A5, references to registrar or registrar of companies shall be construed as references to central registrar or registrar of cooperative societies, as the case may be under the law under which cooperative bank is registered. Our views on this would be, implication is that cooperative banks may be converted into joint stock companies. This would lose their cooperative character. For the above concerns, the amendments made by inserting subsections 12.1, 12.2 Roman 1, 12.2 Roman 2, 56A4 and 56A5 may kindly be removed from the bill. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Shri Jaydev Galla ji.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on this piece of legislation, which has come before this House in the backdrop of the Punjab and Maharashtra Cooperative Bank scam, madam. The bill aims, as per the statement of objects and reasons, to improve cooperative banks' management and regulation, infuse professionalism, better governance, and sound banking practices so as to protect the interests of the depositors. So I welcome this bill. Madam, since time at my disposal is very limited, and I have no luxury to go into the cooperative movement, how cooperative banks came into existence, kinds of cooperative banks, their functioning, etc., I'll make just a few quick points for consideration of the Honorable Finance Minister. Madam, I and the Telugu Desam Party are with the Finance Minister, as she has aptly demarcated in the bill that banking regulations and guidelines of the RBI are to be strictly followed by the cooperative banks and gives Registrar of Cooperative Societies to deal with administrative issues. Madam, the cooperative banking system in our country was set up on the cooperative basis and belongs to their members. But Madam, if you closely observe the PMC scam, there is a collusion between the bank officials and HDIL. Almost 77% of the loans given to HDIL holding companies, which became NPA, and PMC has gone bankrupt. Here, the point I wish to highlight is, according to the RBI norms of exposure, the bank's exposure to a group of connected companies is capped at 25% and 15% for individual companies. But this was violated, and I did not find any such cap in this bill also, madam. So I would like to know from the Honourable Minister, how is she going to implement this norm in cooperative banks, and who will monitor this may kindly be explained. Madam, in 2017, when Shri Arun Jaitley was Minister, this very House had given its approval for inserting two sections, 35AA and 35AB, to the Parent Act. The main objective was to strengthen the hands of the RBI to address stressed assets in the banking system. I am sure these two sections are also applicable to cooperative banks, but they are going to be prospective or retrospective is not very clear. I suggest making them applicable retrospectively to cover the PMC scam, which I think is the largest scam in the cooperative banking sector. Secondly, I wish to know the results of implementation of Section 35AA and 35AB in the last 3 years. The cooperative banks are still at the beginning of the cooperative movement. They are not following the modern practices of banking, such as net banking, mobile banking, online banking, e-banking, ATM banking, and other electronic banking ways, and lagging behind in adopting advanced and new technology in the banking sector. So, the Honourable Minister may kindly explain how is she going to address this. I suggest for the consideration of the Honourable Minister to provide a special grant for modernizing the cooperative banks in the country. With these observations, I support the bill. Thank you, Madam.
हाँ, श्री A.M. आरिफ जी.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of CPIM party, I wish to register my strong protest in the government decision to bring cooperative banks under the Banking Regulation Amendment Bill 2020. It is highly objectionable that the bill, which would be debated in Parliament, was hastily enacted into law, including provisions that grab state powers. What was the urgency to bypass the legislative power of this Parliament? It is undoubtedly will be a death blow to cooperative sector in the country. Honourable Finance Minister, though, tried to defend that the decision will be applicable only to cooperative institutions using the word bank, banker, banking. In Kerala, both land mortgage banks and primary agricultural credit societies were using the word bank along with their names even before the enactment of Banking Regulation Act 1965. Hence, they may be allowed to use the word bank along with their name. Honorable Finance Minister is saying that the government intention is to protect the interest of the depositors and the public at large through this amendment. But what is the truth? The truth is that this amendment will only lead to the unnecessary restriction on the availability of credit facility to common people. By the destruction of the cooperative sector, the common people will be thrown into the hands of Shylocks and blade mafias. Moreover, in Kerala, we have been given the insurance protection for all deposits. Likewise, you can come with an amendment to give insurance protection for all. Yesterday, the Honorable Finance Minister has given a list of ailing cooperative banks in the country as a whole. But I want to remind that this August House that the other side of the story. Let's not forget that thousands of primary cooperative banks and urban cooperative banks are functioning efficiently across the country. These cooperative banks are the only solace of the common people from the clutches of the money lenders and so-called new generation banks who are only bothered about making profit. So at the same time, some technical issues arising due to the amendment. Cooperative banks are now permitted to issue preference shares along with their equity shares, giving preferential treatment to a particular class of shareholders is against the principle of cooperation. The cooperative banks are allowed to issue shares at premium. Members are taking shares of a cooperative bank not for trading but to get the service of the bank, to collect more than the face value of the shares from members against the principle of equity. Giving shares to non-members is against the spirit of cooperation. Members of cooperative banks are not permitted to withdraw their shares. As per Section 36 AAA, Reserve Bank can supersede the board of directors of a cooperative bank. This will result in dual control and can be seen as an encroachment upon the powers of the state as envisaged under entry 32 of the 6th schedule of the Constitution. Section 53 of the BR Act permits the central government to exempt a class of societies from the provision of BR Act. Hence, the central government may exempt the PACS Kerala, Primary Agricultural Credit Societies of Kerala, from the provisions of the BR Act. So I request the Honorable Finance Minister to withdraw the Banking Regulation Amendment Bill or otherwise send to the Select Committee. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Sri Saptagiri Ulaka ji.
Thank you, Chairman, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to speak on the Banking Regulation Amendment Bill 2020. The main aim of the proposed bill is to increase professionalism and improving governance among the cooperative banks. And the introduction of the ordinance was initiated by primary two cases, the Mapusa Urban Cooperative Bank of Goa Limited and the CKP Cooperative Bank Limited on May 2, 2020. But if you look at this particular ordinance in the bill, the main reason is the PMC bank crisis. Let me revisit what happened in PMC Bank. Around 9,24,000 depositors and 50,000 shareholders of the Punjab and Maharashtra Cooperative Bank with 7 states, they were on moratorium because of the mismanagement of the management. The PMC Bank debacle is not a normal banking failure, but a fraud committed by the PMC management. The bank did not classify these loans as non-performing advances despite non-payment. And this is purely because of lack of supervision of the RBI. The government should be accountable for these debts. There are about 63 persons who succumbed to the debt, including 3 suicide cases. And finally, the government has woken up and come with this amendment. But being brief, let me put some key issues in the bill which I would like to highlight. There are 7 key issues. Firstly, the Reserve Bank is being vested with more regulatory responsibilities, and the RBI's record of regulating banks and some NBFCs is mixed. There is no justification to make the RBI the regulator of district cooperative banks and urban cooperative banks. Number two, if the ordinance becomes law, all the key financial intermediaries will become under the control of central government. There will be more centralization. We should strive for decentralization and empowering states. I am really surprised how some regional parties, they're supporting the bill where power from the state goes to the central government. Power to change the final structure of cooperative banks, enabling the vesting control in the hands of crony capitalists. Like everything else the government has been doing, I fear the airport Baba, who's been buying airports across the country, will come into these cooperative banks also. The role of state government is undermined. The bill undermines the ability of the state governments to regulate cooperative banks by allowing RBI to have greater control. The disbursal of social welfare schemes to cooperatives might be disrupted. Number 5, the continuance of dual regulatory system. The RBI will have greater regulatory powers with respect to banking guidelines, while the Register of Cooperatives remains responsible for administration. Contrary to the spirit of financial inclusion, multiple regulatory factors will bog down the functioning of the cooperative mechanism. Misguided assumptions. All cooperative banks cannot function as commercial banks. Therefore, bringing cooperative banks under the ambit of Parent Act will limit the capacity as voluntary credit societies. And the number 7th point, the concern about the scheme for reconstruction. The enhanced powers of the RBI to initiate a scheme for reconstruction or amalgamation could lead to a scenario wherein the actual objective or function of a bank could be eroded. The cooperative banks are often set up by a particular group or profession with certain objectives of catering to a community or guild. It is a cause for concern that they may be merged in such a manner that the resulting entity could have no correlation with the original cooperative bank. A fisherman promoted cooperative could be transferred to the hands of fish traders and non-fishermen. Let me quote something which Honorable Finance Minister quoted in the budget itself. Kainel arutu kovalan koline, arivudai ventum neriarin through koline, parivu thava edukam pinam, nachin Yanai Puka, Pulam Pola, Thanum Unnam, Olagamun Kedume. This is from the same poem Honorable Minister, Speaker Ma'am has quoted. I'm finishing, wrapping up.
Srimati Sunita
During the
Duggal
budget,
ji.
and this says, a few mounds of rice from paddy that is harvested from a small piece of land would suffice for an elephant, but what if the elephant itself enters the eating?
Srimati
The government
Sunita Duggal ji. हो गया
Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, I'm highly thankful for affording me the opportunity to speak on long-awaited and long-desired Banking Regulation Amendment Bill 2020. The bill seeks to replace Banking Regulation Amendment Ordinance 2020. It seeks to protect the interest of the depositors by amending Section 3, Section 45 and 56. Banking Regulation Act, I think first of all we should have a look on the Banking Regulation Act 1949. What it says that the Banking Regulation Act 1949 is a law that regulates banking firm in India. It was passed as the Banking Companies Act 1949. It came into force from 16th March 1949 and was changed to the Banking Regulation Act 1949 from 1st March 1966. The Act empowers the Reserve Bank of India to number 1, issue license to the commercial banks. Number 2, regulates shareholders, shareholding and voting rights. Number 3, supervises the appointment of boards and management. Number 5, control moratorium, merger and liquidation. Number 6, regulates the operations of banks, giving instructions for audit. Issues instructions to the banks in the interest of public welfare and banking policy, and impose a penalty on banks if required. The changes made in the Banking Regulation Act 1949 by the Banking Regulation Amendment Bill 2020, and particularly in the Section 3, 45 and 56. And according to this, the Regulation Act 1949 will not apply to number one, primary agricultural credit societies and cooperative societies whose principal business is long-term financing for agricultural development. Though I need clarification from the Honorable Finance Minister that what it says about the cooperative land mortgage bank, because other provisions says that these two societies must not use the term bank, banker or banking in their name or in the connection with their business. So in cooperative land mortgage bank, the term bank is used, but it is not as such in a banking business, you can say, and act as an entity that clears checks. Issuance of shares and securities by cooperative banks. The bill envisages that cooperative banks may issue equity shares, special shares at face values or at a premium, preference shares to its members or to any other person residing within their area of operations. The bill states that no person shall be entitled to demand payment for the surrender of shares issued to him by the cooperative bank. In addition, a cooperative bank cannot withdraw or reduce its share capital except as directed by the RBI. Supervision of boards of directors. The Act states that RBI can supersede the board of directors of the multi-state cooperative bank for up to 5 years within certain conditions in the public interest or to protect depositors. Power to give exemptions to cooperative banks. The bill states that the RBI may exempt cooperative banks from certain provisions of the Act through notification. These provisions are related to employment, the qualification of the board of directors, and the appointment of a chairman. RBI will decide who will get relaxation in employment. The Banking Regulation Act 1949 states that cooperative banks cannot open a new place of business or change the location of the banks outside the village, town or city in which it is currently located without permission from RBI. The Banking Regulation Amendment Bill 2020 discards this provision. It is expected that due to the change in the Banking Regulation Act 1949, political interference in the appointment of officers of the cooperative banks of the country will be reduced and their working style will change, which will increase the confidence of the general public in the banking system of India. So what is the rationale behind the amendment? In 1904, the Cooperative Credit Society Act was enacted to encourage cooperative movement in India. The cooperative movement was started in the country with a view to empower farmers, workers, and other not so privileged section of society. The model was simple. The cooperative institutions will be owned and managed by the farmers, workers, and it will also work for their welfare. In a sense, the idea was that collective strength of less fortunate persons will sail them through the oceans of economic opportunity. Unfortunately, gross mismanagement, neglect, and plain corruption, you can say, has almost destroyed the whole cooperation system in the country. And the classic example, as everybody has already said, PMC. So 73% of the funds have been given to only one entity. So it is a moral responsibility of the state government to ensure that the cooperative banks functioning within the state are not risking the depositors' money and engaging in fraudulent practices. They need to have monitoring practice in place to protect the interest of the depositors. Furthermore, due regard should have been given to the jurisdiction of the Registrar of Cooperative Society for smooth regulation and coordination between RCS and RBI. More than 9 lakh depositors are in deep difficulty in PMC, as everybody is knowing. So I just want to say that the a look at the financial position of the cooperative bank shows that this is a sorry state of affairs. Out of 1,934 number of cooperative banks, total deposits are 10.10 lakh crore, loans and advances 7.52 lakh crore, and out of these, as Finance Minister has already told, that there are so many which having high net NPA ratio, above 6%, 592 cases are there. So figures have already been given. I just want to add that In fact, these figures do not reveal the true picture, as most of the cooperative banks do not follow prudential accounting norms and conventions, and therefore do not reflect their true picture. This situation is very scary, as poor farmers, workers' money is put at high risk, as is evidenced by the fact that, as per RBI, over the last 2 decades, banking license of about 430 urban cooperative banks have been cancelled across the country, in most cases due to their precarious financial position. Therefore, the amendment is urgently required in this regard. And I just want to, in 1 minute, I'm just completing. Dual supervision means no supervision. I just want to, just for 1 minute, man. Dual super.
Thank you, Madam, for giving the opportunity. Madam, the Honorable Minister started, while introducing the bill, that this bill is being brought to protect the urban cooperative banks and the depositors. Now, my question to the Honorable Minister when she stands up to reply is that the RBI FSR report of December 2019, it says that the state-run banks account for 89.8% of frauds by value, private banks at 9.2% and foreign banks at 0.4%. This says a lot about the internal controls in the state-run banks. Now, what is the government doing? Because their hollow claim has been badly exposed by the RBI's report itself. My second question, Madam, to the Honorable Minister is, when she stands up to reply, the PNB bank was hit with 20,000 crore, and we know Mr. Mr. Nirav Modi fled with and no heads have rolled so far. Why is that case? Third question is, the Modi government's real concern about PMC Bank, which the Honorable Minister spoke about, when it came to Yes Bank, the SBI immediately infused funds into Yes Bank. Why this stepmotherly treatment for PMC? 60 people have committed suicide. What is the interest that government had with Yes Bank, and that same love is not shown towards PMC Bank? And what kind of administrator is working in PMC Bank from last 1 year? That person, that honorable person, has not been able to sell the yacht which is stuck in Sri Lanka. 2 aircrafts are stuck in Mumbai airport. This is the love of this government for PMC depositors who are suffering day in, day out. Sir, my third question is about this. In this bill, it talks about issue of equity, preference or special shares by way of public's issue and private placement. Are you trying to say that now SEBI will interfere in it? Because this issue of equity and public issue, are you bringing in SEBI? Please enlighten all of us. My fourth question to the Honorable Minister is that RBI is being given power, is the government claim. If that is the case, why did Yes Bank, PNB, ILNFS, and in March 2020, Franklin Templeton happened? What was RBI doing? What was his government doing? How did they allow all these 4 important things which happened? Was right under the rule of Mr. Modi. My fifth question is, since demonetization, the financial industry is slowly and steadily collapsing and showing how regulation by RBI, SEBI, NABARD is completely absent. So the way banks are now suffering, I feel one of the reasons is because of this unplanned Tughlaq-like decision of demonetization. Madam, sir, my sixth question is, this frauds reported by banks, which I said in the first point, about 1 lakh and above fraud has increased by 28%. Who's responsible for this? May I request the government that Bank of Maharashtra, my colleague Mr. Imtiaz Jalil, MP for Aurangabad, is right when he told me that Bank of Maharashtra should not be privatized because it is running in profit. The government should not do it. And the last point which I want to know from the Honorable Minister when she stands up to reply is that this Modi government has this habit of encroaching upon, basically weakening the federalism, encroaching upon the state list. You know for a fact what is the state subject, what is the central list. Why is it that you bring such a legislation wherein, what are your designs? Why do you want to weaken the federalism of this country, which is the basic structure of the constitution? By bringing in such a legislation, sir, we know for a fact what is under the Schedule 7 entry 32, entry 43, the honorable members have spoken on it. I don't want to highlight on it. And my last point, sir, is that about this proportional voting rights. Now, if they buy equity shares in cooperative society, it's a known fact. One member, one vote. Are you going to overrule that? And also, isn't it a fact that the 2006 Vishwanathan Committee recommended that cooperative banks should be allowed to raise capital through non-voting shares? So these are the important points. I hope the Honorable Minister, when she stands up to reply, she will definitely reply. And for God's sake, I don't want this Honorable Minister to say that all these urban cooperative banks and Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksi, PNB, Franklin Templeton, all were act of God. No, these are not act of God. They happened because Mr. Modi is ruling the country and because of the misgovernance and the act of themselves. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Member Sri Nawaz Kini is in Rajya Sabha.
Honorable Speaker, sir.
Honorable Member Sri K. Nawaz Kini. Yes.
Rajya Sabha. Honorable Speaker, sir.
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, sir.
Yes, yes. Please start.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I stand to oppose this bill. Sir, the 7th schedule of Constitution mentions cooperative societies as a state subject under item number 32 under state list, under excludes them from the jurisdiction of the center under item number 43 of the union list. Thus, the ordinance can be seen as an overreach by the center. The bill seeks to address the lack of professionalism in cooperative banks, leading to unfair practices which can be stopped by strengthening the regulatory power of RBI over them. At par with the provisions for commercial banks, however, in recent times there have been several reports of fraudulent practices being carried out in several large commercial banks themselves, both private and public. While strengthening the powers of the RBI over cooperative banks, it is also important to ensure that the supervisory role of the central bank is enhanced and kept uncompromised. Only then can the purpose of the bill and its provisions to prevent malpractices among the cooperative banks be fully realized. Stress must be given on proper implementation of said provisions. Thank you, sir.
Sri N.K. Premchandra.
Thank you, Chairman, sir, for affording me this opportunity to speak on the Banking Regulation Amendment Ordinance as well as the Bill 2020. Sir, I fully support the statutory resolution moved by Sri Manish Tiwari ji, and I strongly and vehemently oppose the Banking Regulation Amendment Bill 2020 moved by the Honorable Finance Minister. Before opening my remarks, I would like to appreciate that the Honorable Finance Minister is very patiently sitting in the other chamber of the House and is giving a very good message to the whole Parliament and to the country. That is, Madam is sitting along with our other honorable members in the other chamber. I could witness it. I want to place my appreciation on that good gesture. Sir, when I do oppose the bill, the reasons for opposition is it is having the far-reaching consequences in the cooperative sector. This amendment bill, number one, my opposition is it is encroaching into the powers of the state government in general and the cooperative sector in particular. See, we are having a federal constitution. It is rightly pointed out by the mover of the statutory resolution, Sri Manish Tiwari ji, regarding the federal principles of the constitution. See, absolutely, banking is within the purview of the union list, but at the same time, the cooperative sector is with the state list, and the state should be taken into confidence. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister whether the state governments were consulted, because when you are taking or encroaching into a subject which is within the purview of the state list in Schedule 2, whether the state governments were taken into confidence before making a legislation on a subject in which the state government is also having the authority to legislate. And though banking is in the union list, I fully agree that the cooperative banks are in the state list. So the cooperative sector in India has played a very pivotal role, played a very important role in the banking industry. There are 1,540 cooperative banks in the urban sector and the depositor base, so many members have already spoke, 8.6 crores having total savings of 5 lakh crore. Sir, to my experience in my state of Kerala, we are having a very rich experience of successful functioning of the cooperative sector in our state. Sir, Mr. Chairman, sir, you may kindly see that more than 50% of the credit societies in India is in Kerala. The poor and marginalized sections of the society are mainly depending on the cooperative banks for their immediate needs. Cooperative societies and banks are big relief to the common people, and my suggestion is it should be promoted and it should be encouraged, the cooperative sector of financing and the cooperative sector of banking. Sir, coming to the provisions of the bill, the bill, as rightly the Honorable Finance Minister has stated in the House, the bill mainly proposes 3 major amendments to the Banking Regulation Act of 1949. But when there are only 3 amendments, you have to see that there are so many amendments within the clause or within the section of Section 56. Section 3, Section 45 and Section 56. These are the 3 provisions which are proposed to be amended. Sir, by virtue of amendment to Section 3 of the Banking Regulation Act of 1949, this is not applicable to the primary agricultural credit societies. Suppose if it is having the name of bank or banker or withdrawal of check or something, definitely that will come within the purview of the Banking Regulation Act, and that will be becoming a big problem for the banks. I know in my constituency, the bank, the Honorable Chairman is well aware of SNV Regional Cooperative Bank, one of the best leading banks in South Kerala. It is facing criminal prosecution from the criminal prosecution only because of the reason that it is using the word bank. So that has to be reviewed. That is my, so sir, let me conclude within 2-3 minutes. No, and yes. Another only Section 45, that is Section 45, RBI is having the authority to make a scheme for protecting the interest of the public, reconstruction and amalgamation without declaring the moratorium. Sir, coming to the amendment to Section 56, the applicability of Banking Regulation Act is extended to all cooperative banks. Sir, Section 36 AAA, it was only applicable to multi-state cooperative banks, but now it is made applicable to all the banks. So RBI, sir, my point is the Reserve Bank of India is a regulator, and it is becoming the entire authority of all the cooperative banks. Sir, they are having, the Reserve Bank of India is having so many functions. They are burdened with so many functions. How the, sir, one second.
Please conclude.
I'm speaking within the purview of the bill. I'm not going out of it. So the Reserve Bank of India, how can the Reserve Bank of India?
There are number of speakers.
Yes. How can the Reserve Bank of India can have the administrative control over all these primary cooperative societies which are using the term bank or banker or drawing of check? So my suggestion is kindly this bill may be sent to the Parliamentary Standing Committee and review may be taken so as to protect the cooperative sector in the country. With this words I conclude. Thank you.
Ravindra Kumar.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir.
Yeah.
To speak on the supporting the Banking Regulation Amendment Bill 2020. Sir, I take this opportunity to appreciate our Honorable Finance Minister, Madam Nirmala Sitharamanji, who has taken next step by providing more power to Reserve Bank of India to order to regulate urban and multi-state cooperative banks and thereby intends to prevent banking scam in future. I welcome this amendment bill under the gist of strengthening the urban cooperative bank by increasing professionalism, improving governance, and ensuring sound banking rooted through the Reserve Bank of India. As a very popular saying, with great power comes great responsibilities. Now, with this bill, as a provision to increase the regulatory capacity of RBI, duly bringing more technical innovation in regulatory and supervisory concept of urban and multi-state cooperative banks. Sir, I would like to ask a question to Honorable Finance Minister. Sir, the Reserve Bank of India will approve the cooperative banks to issue SAS by way of public issue or private placement. Due to this, the subscribers of the SAS will have a voting right and they will also occupy the board of directors. A person not participating in the business of a cooperative society by merely subscribing SAS will become a member in the board of directors. So, I would request Honorable Finance Minister to clarify what are the measures taken by the government to protect and build the spirit and principles of cooperation among the cooperatives. Sir, cooperative movement in Tamil Nadu is well guided, protected, monitored and controlled by the Tamil Nadu Cooperative Society Acts 1983 and Tamil Nadu Cooperative Society Rules 1988. On behalf of my state of Tamil Nadu, our Chief Minister, Thiru Edappadi Palanichami, already wrote a letter to Honorable Finance Minister with some provisions related to this bill. And hereby I requesting Honorable Finance Minister through you, sir, to ensure that all the above prudent steps quoted in this amendment bill will be implemented in a fast manner without affecting the sovereignty of my state government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Member Shrimati Navneet Rana ji.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय. During the presentation of Union Budget 20 that the Banking Regulation Act would be amendment to strengthen the cooperative banks, and I'm happy that the Finance Minister has got this amendment bill because from last 1 year continue एक सालों से जो complaints cooperative bank के लिए हम महाराष्ट्र से और बाकी पूरे देश में जहाँ से भी complaints ये बैंकों के लिए आ रही थी, because जो इनके अध्यक्ष थे और उनके ट्रस्टी मेंबर्स थे जो लोन इंटेंशनली दे रहे थे 20 करोड़ दे के उनका जो लोन लेकर 20 करोड़ उस पे इंटरेस्ट अपना खुद का दिखा के और जब वो बोलते हैं कि हम डूब गए हैं तो उसको सिर्फ 5 करोड़ में निपटा के बैंक को लॉस में लाके और अकाउंट होल्डर्स जो बैंक्स के हैं उन्हें बहुत बड़े पाइने में लेवल पे उनको डुबा दिया गया और ये कंप्लेन हम पिछले 1 सालों से फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर के हाथ में हम ये कंप्लेन देते आ रहे हैं. सो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी दैट पीएमसी बैंक एंड मुंबई सिटी कोऑपरेटिव बैंक, यस बैंक जैसे बैंकों ने जो नुकसान हमारे देश के अकाउंट होल्डर्स का जो ये देश को मजबूत करने के लिए बाहर निकलते हैं और कोऑपरेटिव बैंक का जो काम था कि फार्मर्स को सपोर्ट करना है फार्मर्स के लिए और जब से ये बैंक्स आई हैं तब से ये फार्मर्स को सपोर्ट करें. बट रिसेंटली कई फ्रॉम लास्ट मेनी ईयर्स द बैंक्स हैज बीन सीन कि वो डिफॉल्टर्स को ज्यादा सपोर्ट करके बड़े लोगों को ज्यादा सपोर्ट करके ये बैंकों को बढ़ावा देती है. और आरबीआई जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने लाया है कि आरबीआई के अंडर में महाराष्ट्र हो या कोई भी स्टेट हो जितने भी कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स हैं उनको इनके अंडर में देके उनका कंट्रोल ये बैंकों पे होना बहुत जरूरी है क्योंकि ऐसे बहुत सारे बैंक्स अकाउंट होल्डर है ये बैंकों में जहां पर गरीब लोग हैं, मजदूर लोग हैं, काम करने वाले और फार्मर्स हैं. अध्यक्ष महोदय, बहुत दिन से ये मुद्दा मैं कंटिन्यू राज्य मंत्री जी को भी देती आई हूँ और फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को भी देती आई हूँ कि अगर उनके रिजर्व बैंक का आरबीआई का इन पे अगर होल्ड रहा तो जितनी भी कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स है जो अपनी मनमानी वो राज्य में वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कर रही है तो वो उनके हाथ में 100% खुला हाथ में ना देते हुए आने वाले भविष्य में रिजर्व आरबीआई बैंक उन पे होल्ड रख के पूरा काम कर सकती है और फार्मर्स को, गरीब लोगों को, अच्छे लोगों को लोन मिल सकेगा और उनकी मदद होगी, ना कि सिर्फ बड़े लोगों को जिनका फायदा पहुंचाने की कोशिश कई कोऑपरेटिव बैंक कर रही है. जैसे में हमारी बैंक है महाराष्ट्र की पीएमसी बैंक और मुंबई सिटी कोऑपरेटिव बैंक है. तो मैं बस मिनिस्ट्री का बहुत दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी कि अच्छी चीजों के लिए और फार्मर को और इसी बैंक के द्वारा एक और विनंती हमारे फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर और राज्य मंत्री जी यहाँ पर बैठे हैं उनको मैं करना चाहूंगी कि जिन्होंने 6 महीने का लोन का जो टाइम दिया है ईएमआई का, तो मैं आप लोगों को रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी कि बहुत सारे लोग अपने बिजनेस में डूब चुके हैं ये 6 महीने में, तो आप लोग और 6 महीना और 1 साल उनको और बढ़ाया जाए कि ताकि उनको पर्सनली हेल्प हम पूरे देश के लोगों को कर सके. बस उतना ही विनंती करती हूँ. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you. Honorable Member Sri Thomas Charigarden. He is in Rajya Sabha. Honorable Member Sri Thomas Charigarden.
Respected sir, I oppose the bill for amending the Banking Regulation Act 1949. Sir, the minister was telling, honorable minister was telling in this house that this bill is to safeguard the interest of depositors. Madam, I would like to inform you that there are several lakhs of people who are depending upon primary cooperative societies, which are known as primary cooperative banks in Kerala. This bill is against the interest of those people who depend on the primary cooperative societies. Madam, in Kerala there are 14 district cooperative banks and 1,692 primary agricultural credit societies, which are known as banks, and 16 licensed urban cooperative banks and 20 multi-state cooperative societies. The primary agricultural cooperative societies and urban cooperative banks together have more than 4,500 crores, 4,500 branches, and they have a deposit of more than 1 lakh crore in the societies. These societies are the backbone of Kerala's rural economy and are responsible for weakening the money lenders in the rural area. Madam, all the primary cooperative societies are known as primary cooperative banks in Kerala. Now it is directed that the cooperative societies should not use the term bank, banker and banking without permission from the RBI.
Yes.
This move will destroy the well-established cooperative banking network in the state. The central government is ignoring the interest of the people, several lakhs of people who are depending on these societies. Section 12 of the bill, Proviso 1, provides for consultation of RBI with the concerned state in case of cooperative bank is registered with the Registrar of Cooperative Societies of the state. Here, the word consultation is vague because state cooperative societies comes under the purview of state law, as was mentioned earlier, and also the item 32 of the list of
please conclude.
of Constitution. There is therefore such an amendment will violate the provisions
Honourable Member Sri G.S. Pon.
because of the legislative
Please conclude.
the opinion given by the state government on such consultation by RBI should be made binding.
Okay.
Sir, one more word. As per the bill, if the cooperative societies come under the purview of the central bank, that is the RBI, the provisions of the amalgamation under the under section 45 of the Parent Act can be misused, and it will break the backbone of the financial structure of the rural area. Sir, one more word, sir.
No.
By giving the examples of PMC, this government is running away from the accountability and responsibility by amending.
Empowers the Reserve Bank of India to monitor and regulate cooperative banks all over the country. The Act provides powers to the RBI to suspend business and to prepare a scheme of reconstruction or amalgamation during the period of moratorium. The nation knows the size and volume of business already under the purview of RBI, and further burdening it with extraordinarily huge networks of cooperative banking system is in no way going to bring about any good. The RBI is not a large organization with extensive office networks, and the additional work of regulating the cooperative banks is not going to be effective or fruitful. There are so many grave issues now in front of this government, like COVID-19, unemployment, and lower GDP. What is the need now when there is 80% of the cooperative banks are doing very well, and that too in southern states? Sir, the working of cooperatives is thoroughly localized and are monitored by district-level banking authorities, yet there is room for improvement. In what way can a remote handling by RBI going to help? At best, it may help reconstituting the boards, the BJP party leaders and cadres, as is reportedly happening in Gujarat. The present bill is in line with obsessive centralizing efforts of the BJP government. The extraordinary obsession is destroying every institution brought under its ambit. This message with cooperative banks is likely to have serious repercussions. The present amendment bill is yet another attempt to grab the state power. RBI as a regulator is struggling with large-scale financial irregularities involving private banks and has not proved its effectiveness in any way. In fact, RBI itself is struggling to maintain its autonomy. Finally, the Cooperative Credit Bank provide all the important financial credit oxygen to the suffocating farmers community and do not let this new regulatory mechanism to put an end to that. Centralization of powers is no way of an effective method of governance. It is in fact makes governance impossible, ineffective and ineffective. So I strongly oppose the bill, sir. Thank you.
Honourable Member Sri K. J. Kumar.
I move the resolution to oppose the Banking Regulation Amendment Bill as well as the ordinance. The Honourable Finance Minister sought approval of this House to amend the Banking Regulation Act 1949. This bill was earlier introduced in the Lok Sabha on March 3, 2020 and was not taken up for discussion. Giving some reasons, they are not realistic and acceptable. It was promulgated into order and the President has given assent on June 26. I don't know what went wrong where, in a double hurry, she had withdrawn the bill in the beginning of the first day of this session, and again on the same day, within 4 hours, she reintroduced the bill in this House. I don't understand why such a hurry and what for. Presently, the cooperative banks are under the state government. The last 6 years, we have seen that this government is bent upon bringing bill after bill, amendment after amendment, simply to divest powers from the state government, and it is bent upon converting the state governments into Tahsildar office, where this government will remain like a collector, and the Tahsildar has to do everything simply by folding hands. This is what happening even everywhere in every part. Government claims that it wants to bring cooperative banks on par with the developments in the banking sector through better management and proper regulation in them. This is the reason given on paper. But seeing the past actions of the government, the hidden agenda of this bill is to bring state cooperative banks under RBI, is to take away the deposits, the reserves from these banks. As has been done in the case of Reserve Bank of India itself, this government has taken 1.76 lakh crores on August 2019 to enable these business houses, big business houses.
Yes, please conclude.
Sir, I'll finish it, sir. Yes. Involve the agricultural sale and marketing. These things are being done. As regards the better management and proper regulation, I beg to differ here. This government has merged several banks. What had happened to them? Even after merging these banks, no tangible result has come. The Reserve Bank of India, the State Bank of India, the largest bank in the world, has gone into debt, and they are selling. Yes.
So it's very unfortunate that this entire bill and the discussion of the ordinance into the bill has become defaming of the cooperative banks. And I would just ask a few pointed questions to the Honourable Finance Minister, because she's always been very patient with me whenever I've reached out to her with the PMC issues. My first question to her is that this ordinance was brought out in the month of June. It's been over 3 months. So if you bought this ordinance out to help the PMC people, what have you achieved in the last 3 months to help every depositor of the PMC bank? This is my pointed question, if you could be generous enough in answer. Point number 2 is the PMC bank, about what is the timeline? Thanks to this bill, will every depositor get his or her money back? I want a committed timeline. The whole idea of changing this is that every depositor gets the money. So with how many months does she commit officially on the floor of this House to this nation that every depositor of PMC bank will get their monies? 6,500 crores is the capital infusion required. So will it be a long-term interest-free loan? Because only 80% depositors have not got their monies. Only the small depositors have got their monies. So by when will and how are you going to infuse this 6,500 crores under this new ruling, and by when? Again, I want a timeline and we really need a date. talking about properties, there was a proposal to sell the property so that these depositors get their money. But sir, you'll be surprised to know that the RBI went to court and stalled this decision. So what is the position of this government under this law for this? There is an administrator being put in. Now, RBI has suggested this administrator. Now, why was PMC treated like this? Because ILFS had a very young, dynamic person to turn it around. So why PMC is constantly treated differently by this government is something they really need to explain to all of us. Other last 2 points, sir, that there is a merger or a resolution specialist on board. The proposal was given over 1 year ago. If this government is so committed to improving the lives of these depositors of PMC Bank, why are they not agreeing when the proposal was given 1 year ago for a resolution specialist on board? 60 people have died, 3 people have committed suicide, and 9 lakh families are affected because of this PMC. So what is the timeline? I reiterate and I repeat my question, by when will you get this resolved? And everything is moving to RBI, so does RBI have a magic wand or a pill? Because somehow for ILFS, ICICI, Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksi, commercial banks, they've all been under RBI, but I haven't seen financial discipline. So it's very unfair to just say cooperative banks. And if PMC, I repeat, because I'm happy to see our inflation blood, I want to repeat and ask PMC Bank, when will they get their money? Please, we'll be very kind of you if you give us a date and a timeline for PMC.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष
श्री राहुल सेवाले जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। बैंकिंग विनिमय संशोधन विधेयक 2020 को जो 14 सितंबर 2020 को लोकसभा में पेश किया गया, वह बैंकिंग विनियमन अधिनियम 1949 में संशोधन करने के लिए अधिनियम बैंकों के कामकाज को नियंत्रित करता है और लाइसेंसिंग प्रबंधन जैसे विभिन्न पहलुओं पर विवरण प्रदान करता है। यह विधेयक 26 जून 2020 को घोषित बैंकिंग नियमन अध्यादेश 2020 को प्रस्तावित करने के लिए है। अधिनियम कुछ सहकारी समितियों को जैसे कि प्राथमिक कृषि ऋण समितियों और सहकारी भूमि बंधक बैंकों पर लागू नहीं होता है। इसके अलावा इन सहकारी समितियों को अपने नाम के साथ या उनके व्यवसाय के संबंध में बैंक, बैंकर या बैंकिंग शब्दों का उपयोग नहीं करना चाहिए या चेक को मंजूरी देने वाली इकाई के रूप में कार्य करना चाहिए। तो फिर सहकारी समितियों और सहकारी भूमि बंधक बैंकों को आरबीआई द्वारा नियंत्रित करने संबंधी योजना का क्या महत्व रह जाएगा और खाता धारकों का यह कर्ज धारकों को इंटरेस्ट को कैसे सुरक्षित किया जाएगा। महोदय, 26 जून को केंद्र सरकार द्वारा इस अध्यादेश को लाने का मकसद सभी सहकारी और प्राइवेट बैंकों को आरबीआई की छतरी के नीचे लाने का था। तो पीएमसी बैंक के मुद्दे जो मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में बहुत सारे उसके डिपॉजिटर है, उसके मेंबर्स हैं, तो बैंक में मुद्दे को सुलझाने के लिए पीएमसी बैंक के मुद्दे को सुलझाने के लिए और एक सौहार्दपूर्ण समाधान के लिए आरबीआई के क्यों देरी कर रहे हैं और ये वे दिल्ली उच्च न्यायालय को हलफनामा सौंपकर सहकारी बैंक की पूंजी संरचना की व्याख्या कर रहे हैं। वास्तव में ये हास्यास्पद है कि पीएमसी बैंक का कोई उचित समाधान अभी तक नहीं हो पाया है और अकाउंट धारकों को कोई राहत नहीं मिली है। पीएमसी बैंक घोटाला नवंबर 2019 में हुआ। 1 साल बीत जाने पर अभी आरबीआई के इस मामले में कोई उचित समाधान निकल नहीं पाया। ये दुखद है। सुवर्ण सहकारी बैंक का भारतीय विदेशी बैंक में विलय हो गया। मराठा मंदिर कोऑपरेटिव बैंक और दक्षिण भारतीय कोऑपरेटिव बैंक का सारस्वत बैंक में विलय हुआ है। तो फिर आरबीआई को और पीएमसी बैंक के विषय में भी इसी तरह कोई कदम उठाने में क्या दिक्कत है? पीएमसी बैंक के विलय की सभी शर्तों को पूरा करता है और तो पीएमसी बैंक को भी किसी राष्ट्रीयकृत बैंक में विलय करना देना चाहिए जिससे खाता धारकों को राहत मिल सके। जैसे कि स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया ने येस बैंक को बचाने के में सहयोग किया और वे एलआईसी, आईडीबीआई, एचडीएफसी आदि हितधारकों के से फंड जुटाकर छोटे भुगतान में बैंक में बदलने में मदद किया है। महोदय, देशव्यापी लॉकडाउन के कारण पीएमसी बैंक के जमाकर्ताओं के बीते 6 महीनों से बहुत मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ा है। हालांकि आरबीआई ने पैसा निकालने की लिमिट बढ़ा दी थी तो भी मुश्किलें का समाप्त नहीं हुए। सभी समस्याओं का समाधान पीएमसी बैंक का विलय होने पर ही होगा जिससे जमाकर्ताओं को राहत मिलेगी। महाराष्ट्र के इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर का कथन है कि राज्य में एक कंक्लूड कर रहा 65% एमएससीआई से लाभ प्राप्त करने वाली केंद्रीय सरकारी रिवाइवल पैकेज में कवर नहीं होता है। तो महाराष्ट्र राज्य के लोगों को तो आत्मनिर्भर भारत योजना का कोई लाभ नहीं मिलने वाला है और फिर मोरेटोरियम योजना में ब्याज के ऊपर ब्याज से वैसे ही आम जनता को कमर टूटने वाली है। तो फिर मोरेटोरियम का क्या लाभ मिलता है? मैं कंक्लूड कर रहा हूँ लास्ट में।
श्री मनोज
महोदय, अधिनियम के तहत आरबीआई अधिस्थगन के तहत एक बैंक रखने के बाद अपने उचित प्रबंधन को सुरक्षित करने के लिए या जमाकर्ताओं के हित में बैंक के पुनर्निर्माण या समामेलन के लिए एक योजना तैयार कर सकते हैं। तो सभी दिवालिया होने के लिए कगार पर खड़ी सहकारी बैंक के राष्ट्रीयकृत बैंकों विलय की योजना।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। आपने बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन अमेंडमेंट बिल के ऊपर बोलने के लिए मुझे मौका दिया और मैं यहाँ पे इस बिल का पुरजोर समर्थन इसलिए करता हूँ कि हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और वित्त मंत्री जी ने छोटे निवेशकों का ख्याल किया। उनके बारे में पहली बार किसी ने सोचा है, ऐसा ये वातावरण इस देश में बना है। मैं अपने साथियों की बात सुन रहा था जिन्होंने कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर की दुहाइयाँ दी, और ये कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर किस लिए बनाया गया। सहकारी बैंकों में महाराष्ट्र से और मुंबई से आता हूँ और सहकार क्षेत्र का सबसे बड़ा वहाँ पे बैंकिंग सेक्टर में और सहकार क्षेत्र में सबसे आगे ये महाराष्ट्र राज्य है। लेकिन जब मेरे साथी शिव कुमार उदासी लिस्ट पढ़ रहे थे कि जिन जिन बैंकों ने पिछले कई सालों में जिन बैंकों ने छोटे निवेशकों का पैसा डुबाया है, और वो लिस्ट में बहुत सारे नाम ऐसे थे जिस पे पिछली सरकारों ने कोई योजना लाने की जरूरत थी और वो सरकारों ने किसी अमेंडमेंट को नहीं लाया। मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी और वित्त मंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने छोटे निवेशकों का ख्याल करके ये बिल यहाँ पे हमारे सामने लाया है। और छोटे निवेशकों की संख्या, इस कोऑपरेटिव बैंक के खातेदारों की संख्या ये 8.5 करोड़ के करीब है और 10.5 लाख करोड़ जितना इसके अंदर डिपॉजिट्स है और 7.5 लाख करोड़ जितने एडवांसेस इस बैंकों ने दिए हैं। और ये सबसे बड़ा एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जिसमें आम आदमी का पैसा सुरक्षित रहना, जिसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और वित्त मंत्री जी ने ख्याल किया है कि आम आदमी का पैसा कैसे सुरक्षित रहेगा। यहाँ पे पीएमसी बैंक की बात काफी लोगों ने कही। हम मुंबई से, मैं भी प्रतिनिधित्व करता हूँ, जिस मुंबई क्षेत्र में सबसे ज्यादा आत्महत्याएं या जिसको कहे कि सबसे ज्यादा अफेक्टेड लोग, ये हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से है। और इन सभी लोगों का भरोसा आज सरकार के ऊपर इसलिए है कि सरकार, केवल केंद्र की सरकार इसका निराकरण कर सकेगी, क्योंकि मान्यवर जो भी नेता यहाँ पे बोल रहे थे, इन्होंने चिट्ठियां तो वित्त मंत्री जी और प्रधानमंत्री जी को ही लिखी है कि आप पीएमसी के खातेधारकों को राहत दिलाइए। और इस बिल के माध्यम से जब हम देखते हैं कि 3 नंबर 56 और 45 ये 3 प्रोविजन के अंदर प्रावधान किए गए हैं, जो आज तक बड़ी बैंकों के, कमर्शियल बैंकों के लिए जो प्रावधान थे, अब ये कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर की बैंकों को भी लागू किया जाएगा। उसको भी इसके दायरे में लिया जाएगा कि कोऑपरेटिव बैंक के अंदर केवल रेगुलेटर बिठा देने से या केवल रेगुलेटर के आ जाने से खातेधारकों का पैसा वापस नहीं मिलता। उसके रिकंस्ट्रक्शन और डीमर्जर से लगाकर सारी प्रावधान के अंदर जो रेगुलेटर बैठा है उसको पावर देने की आवश्यकता थी। और जो 3, 56 और 45 के अंदर का जो अमेंडमेंट है, वो रेगुलेटर को अब ये पावर देगा कि आने वाले दिनों में इस तरह के स्कैम होते हैं तो मॉनिटोरियम पीरियड की राह न देखे बगैर इन खातेदारों का पैसा सुरक्षित उनको वापस मिले। ये इस बिल का प्रावधान है और ये सबसे बड़ा समर्थन के पात्र है। इतना अच्छा प्रावधान अगर वित्त मंत्री जी और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के छोटे निवेशकों के लिए किया है तो ये सरकार की मंशा दिखाता है कि कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर और सहकार क्षेत्र में जिन छोटे निवेशकों के पैसे हैं उसको सुरक्षित रखने का काम, उसको चौकस रखने का काम अब ये सरकार ने किया है, वो यहाँ पे ये दर्शाता है। डायरेक्टर, ये स्कैम किस तरह से हुए, तो ये सारे डायरेक्टरों ने अपने आप के डायरेक्टरों को, बैंकों के डायरेक्टरों को ही लोन ज्यादा देकर, बैंकों के डायरेक्टरों को या उनके रिलेटिव्स को लोन दे देकर इन कोऑपरेटिव बैंकों को डुबाने का काम जिन डायरेक्टरों ने किया है, ये बिल उनके ऊपर लगाम कसने का काम आज से करेगा। जब ये बिल आ जाएगा तो उसके बाद में जिन डायरेक्टरों ने शेयर होल्डिंग अदर कंपनीज में होती है उनको भी लोन न देने का प्रावधान इस बिल के कारण, इस रेगुलेशन के कारण मिलता है। और रेगुलेटर अब ज्यादा पावर के साथ जब काम करेगा तो इस देश में 8.5 करोड़ छोटे निवेशक इस सरकार से आश्वस्त है, इस बिल के माध्यम से आश्वस्त है कि हमारा पैसा अब कोऑपरेटिव बैंक में सुरक्षित है। इसलिए मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करता हूं और मैं सदन के सभी सदस्यों से प्रार्थना करता हूं, विपक्ष के सदस्यों से ज्यादा प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आप छोटे निवेशकों का हित देखिए। सरकार ने एक मंशा के साथ बिल लाया है, आप इस बिल का समर्थन कीजिए। जो अच्छा काम करते उसे डरने की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन जो बुरा काम करते उस पर लगाम लगाने के लिए बिल जरूरी है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय।
भागवत मान जी, बिना मास्क के मत बैठा करो, बोलो जब तो ठीक है, लेकिन मास्क के बिना मत बैठा करो। और आपको आज मौका दे रहा हूं, अब
कल मौका नहीं मिलेगा आपको, आप रोज मौका सोचे जो, आज ही मौका मिलेगा।
खेती का बिल आ रहा है उसमें तो पंजाब की
नो नो
क्यों जी?
नो, आज ही डिसाइड कर दिया आपका, बोल लो।
नहीं सर, खेती बिल में तो बोलना पड़ेगा ना सर,
बोलिए,
पंजाब
खेती बिल
अग्रणी स्टेट है
एक
सर।
दिन पहले बुला दिया आपको।
जी जी सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक एक करके राज्यों के अधिकार जो हैं वो छीने जा रहे हैं, ये बिल भी उसी दिशा में एक कदम है सर। और जीडीपी देश की जो है वो माइनस में है, सिर्फ खेती सेक्टर ऐसा है जिसमें जीडीपी पॉजिटिव है, उसको भी खेती बिलों के जरिए खत्म किया जा रहा है। और जो जनरल बॉडी है कॉर्पोरेट बैंकों की, उसके साथ क्या वित्त मंत्री जी बताने की कष्ट करेंगे कि उनके साथ कोई सलाह हुई? आरबीआई पहले ही ओवरबर्डन चल रही है, तो जो बैंक के एक एक करके दिवाला, जिनका दिवाला निकला है वो भी तो आरबीआई के अंडर ही थी। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि नोटबंदी के नुकसान से अभी तक लोग उभरे नहीं हैं, लोगों का बैंकों पर से यकीन उठ गया सर। अगर उनको पता नहीं चल रहा पैसा कहां रखें, अगर वो पैसा घर पे रखते हैं तो नोटबंदी करके मोदी जी ले जाते हैं, अगर बैंकों में रखते हैं तो नीरव मोदी ले जाते हैं। तो मतलब समझ नहीं आ रहा लोगों को, करें तो क्या करें। भगवान भरोसे सरकार चलते सुनी थी, लेकिन सरकार कहते हुए पहली बार देखिए कि इससे एक्ट ऑफ गॉड, ये भगवान भरोसे है।
आप सदन में बोल रहे हैं, सदन के नेताओं के बारे में कभी ऐसी टिप्पणी मत करा करें।
सर बोल सकते हैं सर, इसमें कोई अनपार्लियामेंट्री थोड़ी है ऐसे। सर नीरव मोदी का सभी ने जिक्र किया, मेहुल चौकसी का किया है सर, विजय माल्या का किया है, सभी ने किया है। मेरे
कि बालकनी में से आज एक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव बात कर रहा है, मुझे मालूम है कि ज्यादा समय नहीं, समय का अभाव है।
ओनली 1 मिनट।
अरे 2 मिनट में।
नो
सर, मेरे पास बहुत मुद्दे हैं, लेकिन मैं सीतारमन जी का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूँ। पूना में एक रूपी बैंक है, ये रूपी बैंक लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने लोगों के पास से 1 रुपया लेके चालू की, 5 लाख डिपॉजिटर है। आज तक अमालगमेशन का प्रस्ताव और बाकी सब चीजें पेंडिंग है। मैं यही ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूँ, ज्यादा बात नहीं करना चाहता क्योंकि समय का अभाव है। मुझे मालूम है इस बैंक के बारे में डिपॉजिटर को, और ये बिल को समर्थन इसलिए करता हूँ, बहुत लोगों ने बड़े लंबे चंबे भाषण किए, उनका कोई महत्वपूर्ण होगा, लेकिन ये बिल का एक वाक्य में अगर नाम लेना होगा तो डिपॉजिटरों को अभय देना, यही ये बिल का आत्मा है। इसलिए हम इसको सपोर्ट करते हैं। साहब जी आपको धन्यवाद देते हैं और निर्मला सीतारमन जी को भी धन्यवाद देते हैं। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
श्री M.K. राघवन जी, ओनली 1 मिनट। नो, ओनली 1 मिनट।
Thank you, respected Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Sir, I rise on this occasion to strongly object the provisions of this bill moved by Honorable Minister. Sir, the bill neglects the historical contributions made by the cooperative sector to Indian banking. Sir, traditionally, Indian banking has its genesis not in the Western-style institutions, rather on Srenis and merchant guilds. These Srenis and guilds can be categorized as the earliest forms of money lending institutions of our country and were similar to modern-day cooperative banking. Sir, it is against the spirit of the cooperative federalism and Article 43B. So not only that, sir, the bill does grave injustice to many primary agricultural cooperative societies and credit societies by asking them to drop bank from their name. I wish to remind this august house that the successive transformation of rural areas of my state, Kerala, largely occurred due to the large contributions of cooperative banks. Sir, another thing, sir, I would like to say that Section 12 is highly controversial. It deals with the issue and regulation of paid-up share capital and securities by cooperative banks. By way of this section, the shares becomes transferable. Anybody can purchase share from the market and advise the bank to transfer the share to their names in the books of bank. It may tilt the control of the board by the subsequent elections. Sir, number 2, sir, the RBI, say another sections that proves the overarching purpose of RBI or cooperative banks in section 36AA, 36AAA, So I would like to say, Honorable Minister, sir, taking all such factors into account, before taking such a hasty decision, government should take into consideration the role being played by our rural banks in expense of rural credit. Government should also note that this cooperative banks forms the capital base for our micro and medium scale industries. I request the government to abandon its hasty and to withdraw this bill and send to the standing committee. With these words, I conclude my speech. Thank you, sir.
Shri Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji.
Sir, I shall be extremely brief in my deliberations. Sir, long year back, Mahatma Gandhi ji exhorted to the people of India that drops of water make the ocean. The reason being that there is complete cooperation and cohesion. This is the basic concept of cooperative bank in our country, sir. It is
आपका
a
गला खराब हो रहा है, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा छोड़ दो, आज बहुत ज्यादा गला खराब हो रहा है आपका बहुत ज्यादा।
सर बस हो गया सर मैं दो छोटा
मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मैं तो आपकी गले की
मेरा कोई दिक्कत नहीं सर कैपिटलिस्ट वर्ल्ड स्टैंड्स फॉर आई, मतलब सिर्फ मेरे लिए। कम्युनिस्ट वर्ल्ड स्टैंड्स फॉर आस, बट द कोऑपरेटिव वर्ल्ड स्टैंड्स फॉर वी, मतलब हमारा। तो ये हमारा की जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, ये कॉन्सेप्ट को बचा रखना जरूरी है। सर मैं ये सब 2-4 मुद्दा उठाना चाहते हैं कि सब ये कह दे हमारा वित्त मंत्री कि ये जो एनपीए, हमारा नेशनल बैंक पे एनपीए और कोऑपरेटिव बैंक पे एनपीए की फर्क क्या है। और दूसरी बात सर, फ्रॉडुलेंट ट्रांजैक्शन नेशनलाइज्ड बैंक पे कितना होते हैं और फ्रॉडुलेंट ट्रांजैक्शन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक में कितना होते हैं। सर देयर इज ए हिडन एजेंडा behind the legislation to convert the cooperative bank into a private sector bank. And since 1993, RBI has been persisting on this objective. Sir, छोटे से 2 चीज बताना चाहते हैं मंत्री को सर। By allowing RBI to have a greater role, the disbursal of social welfare schemes through cooperative might be disrupted, as this has functioned successfully because of the financial autonomy of the cooperatives under the states. The cooperative का ये autonomy खतरे में है। Sir, multiple regulatory factors will bog down the functioning of the cooperative mechanism. In fact, this dual regulation has led to the regulatory gaps rather than efficiency. ये कहते हैं कि प्रोफेशनलिज्म लाएंगे, लेकिन बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स को कैसे प्रोफेशनलिज्म को आप दे सकते हैं? क्योंकि बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स कौन होगा? कोई पॉलिटिकल लीडर होगा, कोई लोकल इन्फ्लुएंशियल पर्सन होगा। इसको आप प्रोफेशनलाइज कैसे करोगे? इसका मैकेनिज्म क्या है आपके पास? इसका कोई जानकारी ये बिल पे नहीं है सर। और खासकर ये बिल और मिसगाइडेड एजम्पशन पे लाया गया। ऑल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स cannot function as commercial banks. Therefore, bringing cooperatives under the ambit of the Parent Act will limit their capacity as voluntary credit societies. In the PMC crisis, a lot of illegal lending still took place unobserved by the RBI. Commercial activities must be closely monitored at a grassroots level with equal interest from the RBI. There must be an intermediary to oversee the process. So various flaws are observed in this legislation. So I would urge upon the minister to withdraw this kind of legislation, which is simply detrimental to the cooperative sector of our country, which has been nurtured over the centuries by the common people of our country, and the present banking system lies its genesis to the cooperative sector of our country. Thank you, sir.
माननीय सदस्यगण, अगर सदन की सहमति हो तो सदन का समय इस विधेयक के पारित होने तक बढ़ा दिया जाए। माननीय मंत्री जी।
सर हमारा महाराष्ट्र की स्पीकर है सर, उस सदन सर राजस्थान में महाराष्ट्र के स्पीकर
सर मैं खड़े होकर बात कर सकती हूँ?
जी
आपके अनुमति है तो मैं खड़े होकर बात कर सकती हूँ?
नहीं मैडम।
नहीं? ठीक है।
नहीं तो अधीर रंजन जी और बालू जी तो भी खड़े होके बोलेंगे रोज।
जी
आपको मैंने परमिशन दे दी तो मिस्टर बालू जी एंड अधीर रंजन जी तो खड़े होके ही बोलेंगे फिर।
Sir, I wish to thank all the members who've spoken, about 32 of them, sir. I'm not reading the complete list, क्योंकि सभी members को ये जानकारी है कि कितने वरिष्ठ members इसमें भाग लिए हैं. इसीलिए I'm not reading the complete list, but I thank each one of the members for having gone through this amendment bill in such great detail and also given their valuable inputs. Sir, pehle, I want to make it very clear that this bill does not provide for regulation of cooperative banks by the central government. ये bill बिल्कुल ये amendment का मतलब नहीं है कि केंद्र सरकार सभी कोऑपरेटिव बैंक के ऊपर निगरानी रखेगी. अमेंडमेंट इसके लिए नहीं है. गलतफहमी नहीं होना चाहिए. दूसरा, ये कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स का आज क्या हो गया? आपने क्यों रेगुलेशन करके आरबीआई के हाथ में सौंपना चाह रहे हैं? क्षमा कीजिए सर, कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स का रेगुलेशन आरबीआई के द्वारा 1965 से ऑलरेडी हो रही है. हम नया कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, मगर कुछ नया जो कर रहे हैं वो डिपॉजिटर्स के हित के लिए कर रहे हैं. So this bill does not regulate the cooperative banks. The amendment is not for the central government to take over cooperative banks or to control the cooperative banks. And it is not for the first time that this regulation of extending some powers to the RBI is happening. Since 1965, cooperative banks are already being regulated by the RBI. वो दूसरी पॉइंट रखना चाह रही हूँ सर, क्योंकि बहुत सारे वरिष्ठ मेंबर ने इसका तरह तरह से जिक्र किए हैं. तीसरी, ये स्टेट का अधिकार के लिए उल्लंघन है, आप इसमें कैसे आपके पैर रख रही हो, ये स्टेट फेडरलिज्म का रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करता है वगैरह. पार्लियामेंट का कॉम्पिटेंसी इस विषय को लेजिस्लेट करने का बिल्कुल है, क्योंकि हम बैंकिंग के एक्टिविटी को रेगुलेट करना चाह रहे हैं जो एंट्री नंबर 45 में है. इसलिए नया नहीं कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं. हमारे पावर के अंदर जो है बैंकिंग का रेगुलेट करने के लिए उसी को तो उपयोग कर रहे हैं. फिर 43 एंट्री 43 says सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सेंट्रल लिस्ट में रेगुलेशन ऑफ बैंकिंग. इसको मैं इसीलिए जिक्र कर रही हूं, 45 के अंदर भी और 43 के अंदर भी बैंकिंग और रेगुलेशन ऑफ बैंकिंग का पावर्स डेफिनेटली सेंट्रल लिस्ट में है. हम कोई स्टेट लिस्ट के ऊपर वी आर नॉट एनक्रोचिंग, वी आर नॉट एंटरिंग. हाँ, thank you. You should have the patience to listen to people who are answering your questions. हाँ, थोड़ा प्रोफेसर साहब सुनने का भी आदत सबको होना चाहिए. फिर ये अभी हम सर, स्पीकर सर, आपके द्वारा मैं ये सबमिट करना चाह रही हूँ. बार बार ऑर्डिनेंस के ऊपर बात हो रही है, ऑर्डिनेंस के ऊपर चर्चा हो रही है. अब हम बिल के ऊपर से चर्चा करने के लिए आपके अनुमति मांगे हैं. बिल पेश हुआ है, ये बिल पेश होने के बाद वो ऑर्डिनेंस नहीं, ये नया बिल एक्ट के रूप में आएगा। इसीलिए ये चर्चा ये बिल के ऊपर ही है। कोई ऑर्डिनेंस के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू लेके आना इन एडिशन हो सकता है, मगर अभी चर्चा बिल के ऊपर। और वरिष्ठ सदस्य एन.के. प्रेमचंद्रन जी बहुत अहम मुद्दा उठाए। He raised very relevant point, and I am duty bound to answer that. Whether states were consulted, as cooperatives are in the state list. Sir, मैं आपके द्वारा honorable member को जवाब देना चाह रही हूँ। Consultation with states is required only for union legislation on concurrent list wale items. Those items which come in the concurrent list require consultation with the state governments, and that is if the union legislation is on a concurrent list wala item. But here, this bill is in exercise of the union's legislative power under the union list. We are not touching the concurrent list. And if I'm touching the concurrent list, yes, I have to do the consultation. But I'm doing it on a union list item, 7th schedule, read with Article 246. And therefore, consultation with the states is not necessary. So then, you presented a bill during the budget session. You should have come here now. In between, what was the need to get an ordinance? Absolutely, there was a need for an ordinance. Several members have very nicely highlighted that because of COVID, the uncertainty being what it is, one wasn't even sure when the next session of Parliament would be. And in the meanwhile, the protection of the depositors is of critical importance. And I'm sure many of the well-meaning honorable members who contacted me or the MOS about the depositors who are suffering in many of these cooperative banks, I myself have received the representation from the Guru Raghavendra Cooperative Bank in Bengaluru, the place where I live in Bengaluru. The constituency member of parliament, my representative member of parliament, Tejasvi Surya, spoke very well, clearly explaining what is the difference. He and I have received representation from depositors in Guru Raghavendra, for who also, like the PMC Bank, till today there's no solution given. They are trying and trying and trying. And so was the PMC members, Punjab Maharashtra Cooperative Bank members, who met me in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, and several times after that, several eminent members, Supriya Suleji is one of them, who have really, with a very heavy heart, come to say, can you not get something done quickly? Even today, she's given a very heartfelt appeal. We don't want such things to happen, hurting the depositors. And we want to make sure that there is some kind of a provision with which the RBI can do it. And here, much before I go into the details, I'd like to recall, because many of the members have duly said, cooperative ka role is desh mein mahatvapurna hai, they have done excellent work, we cannot undermine them. I'm fully with you. We cannot undermine, and we don't want to undermine. We certainly want to support the cooperative movement. But if the cooperatives are doing banking function, several eminent committees have said there is a need to regulate them. And there is a need to regulate them so that it is much more professionally run. And professionally, if the depositors are handled, and again, I'm sorry to refer to one member so many times, the clarity about why a cooperative bank's deposit collection, when it goes outside of its members, has got to be brought in through the regulation, has been explained by so many members. And therefore, it is not as if we have forgotten the success story of the cooperative movement. हम याद रख रहे हैं कि कोऑपरेटिव मूवमेंट का इस देश में क्या रोल है, रूरल एरियाज में उनके कैसे भागीदारी है रूरल डेवलपमेंट में, ये सब याद है. उनको अंडरमाइन नहीं कर रहे हैं. फिर भी एक सच्चाई तो हम सामना करना पड़ेगा. लास्ट 2 डिकेड्स में, पिछले 2 दशक में 430 cooperative banks have been delicensed and they have gone into liquidation. पिछले 2 दशक में 430 cooperative banks, उनके लाइसेंस रद्द किया गया है एंड उनका परिसमापन भी हुआ है. अगर कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स का अहम रोल है, मगर यह भी हम भूल नहीं सकते इतने सारे बैंक, कोऑपरेटिव बैंक लिक्विडेशन की ओर भी गए. इसका विपरीत ऑपोजिट देखिए बैंकिंग में. दिस इज नॉट टू से they are not under stress. Cooperative banks are under stress. There are some banks who are under stress, private, public, whatever. But not a single commercial bank. इसी कालावधि में, 2 दशक में, not a single commercial bank whose depositors are protected by the banking laws to the full extent of the BR Act has gone into liquidation. ये भी हम भूल नहीं सकते. And therefore, while I acknowledge the important contribution that cooperative banks have done for this country and are still doing, it is necessary in the interest of the depositors and also the bank themselves that we need some banking laws also to extend to the cooperative banking activity. Cooperative society का बाकी कारोबार में हम कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं. सिर्फ इस लिमिटेड परिधि में जो बैंकिंग काम कर रहे हैं उसके लिए ही ये अमेंडमेंट ले आ रहे हैं. एंड इसमें आई वांट टू ऐड वन थिंग. इन द 1964 bill which came in, the Banking Laws Amendment Application to Cooperative Society Bill 1964, I like to quote a line. The deposit, I'm quoting it, the deposits and working funds of cooperative banks are now so large. 1964 में कह रहे हैं. The deposits and the working funds of cooperative banks are now so large that the extension of the more important provisions of the Banking Companies Act 1949 and of certain other allied provisions of the Reserve Bank of India to these banks will be in public interest. This was said in 1964. There's more said, but I'm not going into the detail. So we should remember that it is not as if suddenly we have come up with something and that is being construed as, we are stepping into the terrain of the states. Not at all. And also, why was this ordinance in June? Ordinance, when after the budget session I presented the bill, had to come in because for the financial year 2019-20, the annual financial data was made available before June. And when we saw the June data, wherein the financial data showed clearly that there is an increase in the gross NPA ratio of the urban cooperative banks from 2018-19, where it was 7%, it had come to 10%. So, the stress, further due to the coronavirus, we were worried that many of the cooperative banks would become fragile. So we wanted to also make sure that this legislation is brought in. Senior member M.K. Raghavan saying, you're asking us to drop, you're asking these cooperative banks to drop the name bank. We're not asking them to drop their names. They can still continue to have the name bank, but function like a bank, govern like a bank, and be sure that your depositors are not going to suffer like a bank. And therefore, for better governance, we need to have banking regulation coming in. Sir, there were concerns that will the Registrar of Cooperative Societies and also the role of the bank, Section 32, which Professor Saugata Rai also says, did you have a look at it? Yes, we've had a look at it. So the incorporation and regulation are also being done by the cooperative society, cooperative banks, State Registrar of Cooperative Society. Powers are not being taken away. They'll still be doing what they're doing. We are not encroaching into their terrain. So there was a lot of questions. ये पूछा गया कि membership structure को बदलेंगे क्या? Membership structure को बदल नहीं रहे. State cooperative laws define that, and it is going to continue like that. State cooperative laws are not being touched under this present bill. So equal voting right, I know a lot of members spoke about it. Equal voting right for all members, based on the principle of one member, one vote, remains unaffected. Let me be clear on that. I hope I make it very clear. ये one member, one voting का प्रावधान अभी भी जारी है. We are not touching that. Why RBI, and are you not overloading RBI, has been repeatedly asked. I just want to make sure that we recall, for the benefit of this House, that the preamble of the RBI Act, Section 45L, 1 in bracket, says, Reserve Bank of India Act provides for the RBI and recognizes the RBI as the statutory body, and it is statutorily constituted to operate and empowered to regulate the credit system of the country to its advantage. So entire country ka credit system ko regulate karne ka authority as per the preamble of the RBI Act is with the RBI. So when we are bringing this bill, our stand is the Registrar of Cooperative Society regulates the cooperative societies as a whole, cooperative societies as a whole, while the RBI shall be regulating the banking activities of the cooperative societies only. So the distinction is very clear. So member Benny Behanan from Kerala raised a lot of questions and said committee, high-level committee, and they have all said something and you're going against it. I just want to say that the high-powered Committee on Urban Cooperative Banks, 1999, which was chaired by a former Chief Secretary of Government of Andhra Pradesh, has very clearly recommended. And of the several recommendations, I want to bring to your notice only 3 points. Very quickly, that committee is of the opinion that the Reserve Bank of India should be vested with such a power. It is therefore recommending that Section 36AA, some members did refer to that, of the Banking Regulation Act, as applicable to the banking companies, may also be extended to the urban cooperative banks. That was one observation that committee gave. Again, another observation that committee has given is that it recommends that Section 45 of the Banking Regulation Act should be suitably amended to extend to urban cooperative banks, subsections 4, 5, and 6 also all of the provisions of Section 45, which is what we are doing now. Section 45 of the BR Act as are incidental to or connected with the carrying on banking business. So, not suddenly a thought, but something which has been suggested. Sir, there were very many questions. Several members, honorable members, Pinaki Mishra, Jaydev, Galla have all asked questions. I'll just touch upon one or two of them, but I can probably, given the consideration of time, I'll just highlight one point for each of them. The large exposure framework Jaydev ji had raised, the large exposure framework is issued by RBI in exercise of its regulatory powers. As such, this already applies and does not require any amendment through the bill. So that has to be kind of a clarification given. And there were other points also, but I'm not getting into the details. I may write a separate reply to the members of parliament on some specific details. Sunita Duggal, honorable member, raised this question about land mortgage banks. Will it apply to them? Simple. Anywhere where bank is being used, yes, it will apply. Land mortgage banks use the word bank. Therefore, if they retain this word, they will be governed by this act. However, if they do not use the word bank and restrict themselves to their mandate, that is, of long-term agricultural development credit, they will not come under the bill's purview as per the amendments that we have been talking about. Member Nusrat Jahan also spoke about capital requirement. Capital is necessary for safety of banks and the depositors. Unlike cooperative societies that do not do banking, cooperative banking societies need to have capital at least as per the regulatory minimum requirement in order to carry safe banking. And therefore, regulatory capital for banking includes not only share capital, which has a high cost for the bank, but also capital in the form of bonds, which are cheaper for the bank. And therefore, allowing cooperative banks power to issue bonds will only be in the interest of the banks and also for their depositors. Sir, I am almost finished. I just want to add, Dr. Jayakumar felt that the state governments are being treated like tahsildars. Even a tahsildar will not be treated in the way he, honorable member, imagines under Modi government. Everybody will be treated with respect. And the way in which the member spoke, saying, you're treating the state governments like tahsildars. No, sir. We treat everybody. After all, the Prime Minister says about himself that he is a Pradhan Sevak. We don't undermine anybody. But yet, if depositors are suffering, we have to stand with them. किसी का कमजोरी हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे, depositors का safeguard के लिए ये कानून आ रही है. इसीलिए इसका गलतफहमी किसी के मन में नहीं रहना चाहिए. ஜெயக்குமார் அவர்களுக்கு நான் சொல்ல விரும்புறது, யாரையும் நாங்கள் அவமதிக்கல, யாரையும் குறைச்சலா பேசல, யாரோட எல்லாரோட நலன் கோரி சொல்றோம். அதனால தாசில்தாரை ட்ரீட் பண்ற மாதிரி ஸ்டேட்டை ட்ரீட் பண்ணாதீங்க, எங்ககிட்ட சொல்லாதீங்க. பிரதமரே தன்னை ஒரு சேவகனா சொல்ற இந்த நாட்டில் யாரையும் தாழ்வு குறைவா நடத்துற கவர்மெண்ட் இது இல்லை. So finally, therefore, amendment to section 45, amendment to section 56, amendment to section 3 are all required in the interest of the depositors. I wouldn't want to take more of your time, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you all, honorable members.
क्या क्लियरिफिकेशन सुरेश नारायण
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय मंत्री महोदय को 2 क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ। ये महाराष्ट्र से संलग्न है। पीएमसी बैंक के डिपॉजिटर को उनका पैसा वापस कब मिलेगा? मंत्री महोदय ने यह स्पष्ट नहीं किया अपने भाषण में। और मेरा सेकंड क्वेश्चन है, पीएमसी बैंक के डिपॉजिटर के लिए ये बिल लाया है, तो मंत्री महोदय बताइए ये बिल लागू होने के बाद वो क्या कदम लेंगे ताकि डिपॉजिटर को उनका पैसा वापस मिले?
प्रश्न ये कि श्री मनीष तिवारी जी द्वारा प्रस्तुत सामाजिक संकल्प को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, ना वालों के पक्ष में हुआ। सामाजिक संकल्प अस्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न ये नो डिबेट। मैं हूं, मैं सक्षम हूं सब। प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक पर विचार किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ। विधेयक पर विचार करने हेतु प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया गया। अब सभा विधेयक पर खंडवार विचार करेगी। श्री TN प्रतापन, संशोधन संख्या 1। श्री NK प्रेमचंदन, संशोधन संख्या 2 और 3।
Sir, I am moving amendments number 2 and 3.
प्रश्न ये कि श्री NK प्रेमचंदन द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन संख्या 2 और 3 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुए। प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ। खंड 2 विधेयक का अंग बना। TN प्रतापन, संशोधन संख्या 4। प्रश्न है कि खंड 3 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ। खंड 3 विधेयक का अंग बना। NK प्रेमचंदन जी, संशोधन संख्या 5 से 9।
पूछना चाहिए, राज्य सरकार को कंसल्ट करना है मेरा अमेंडमेंट।
प्रश्न ये कि NK प्रेमचंदन द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन संख्या 5 से 9 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुए। प्रश्न ये खंड 4 और 5 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में। खंड 4 और 5 विधेयक का अंग बने। प्रश्न है कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में। खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। मंत्री जी अब प्रस्ताव करें कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
Sir, I move that the bill further to amend the banking regulation be passed.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में। प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ और विधेयक पारित हुआ। सभा की कार्रवाई वीरवार दिनांक 17 सितंबर 2020 को 3 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।